Content warning. So the following episode contains frank discussions concerning trauma resulting from sexual abuse, rape, incest, and domestic violence, as well as the complexities of its depiction in Twin Peaks and the complexities of interpreting David Lynch's intentions with and execution of said subject matter. All right, on with the show. Cinphomaniac is full of spoilers. If the movie's there in the title, we're probably going to say everything that happens in it. So don't fucking listen if you don't want to know.
I'm driving in your car, pretending that we'll leave this town. We're watching all the streetlights fade, and now you're just a stranger's dream. I took a picture from the frame, and now you're nothing like you seem. Your shadow fell like last night's rain.
With the candy colored clown.
Maybe he's a beautiful shining gold bubble that's going to be vomited back up to us one day.
Oh gosh. No, I mean I obviously understand the reference and the joke, but we gotta be careful about saying stuff like this because I'm gonna spend a lot of time explaining why certain things are very particularly those things. Anyway, it's fine.
Know exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I do. All right. Well, speaking
a gold
of
bubble, not a black rock bubble.
Speaking of things that are vomiting things, I mean, what I've been dying to say this, but I'm such a loser in this way. But I'm just so happy that today we're going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're going to talk about her a lot. So, sorry, David Bowie. We're going to talk about her, and we're going to talk about her a lot. Yeah. Well, let's just jump into it because I think. The other reason, not just even for everything else that I'm just excited to unpack, but like the reason this is so exciting for me is like kind of personal because just the whole experience of like the return of Twin Peaks from my point of view is like, I can't think of like a more special time or event in my entire life. Maybe that strikes some people the wrong way, but like I would literally shoot every birthday, every other thing ever. And just that day was like the best day of my life, like easily. And it was only because I was just literally making it that way for myself. Like there's no other thing. I mean, yes, David Lynch made the show, but you get what I'm saying. Showtime put it on the air. But like, I literally just made such a quest to like make that day, like the biggest celebration for myself. And it was really just myself. I wasn't like with, and to people that were great for you, I wasn't with like an army of like other fucking fans or anything like that. Like it's just like my own private little celebration for myself. I think I mentioned this in an earlier installment of this, but like I went out, I literally made a cherry pie, which I'd never done before and have never done since.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It inspired you to baking?
Yes.
In the best of ways.
Extreme in the best of ways. I'd got like so many fucking donuts that you just like 2 dozen.
Unless it's in a pink box. I don't know.
Oh, the box was pink.
It needs to be.
I knew a place that did pink boxes and I went to that place specifically.
Oh my gosh.
So there you go.
Oh, of course you did. Of course you did.
Yeah. No, I knew what I was done. I like I was just like running around just like a maniac. And I had that day, like literally sat down while the pie was baking, but like watched like basically all the stuff I told you to watch for the last episode, like Pilot, all those episodes, then Fire Walk with Me, all that shit, so that like and timed it out so that right when it ended, the thing would be coming on, and then I had to watch 4 hours, which is kind of when we were going through this. We're going to kind of start and focus specifically on those first 4 parts because that was like the premiere night experience. That was like the experience you were getting if you were like, oh shit, I've been waiting 25 years, right? This is what you're getting 25 years later, right? So yeah, all of that. And it like part of the experience of that day also traces back to like Jesus, like basically 3 whole years of buildup, because where this actually started was in 2014, just not long after this famous Blu-ray set that I own called The Entire Mystery, which is famous because not only was it Twin Peaks' release on Blu-ray, which already was kind of, becoming increasingly almost irrelevant as a medium, but it was, what was actually so notable for was it was the kind of first time anyone ever saw the missing pieces, the deleted scenes from Fire Walk with Me, which had been a fucking legend in the fandom for fucking 20 plus years, right? So that was finally getting released. It was a big deal. And I think myself included, there was a sense that sense of the thing in the air where it's like, just the fact that David Lynch is even putting out these deleted scenes makes me think that something's going to happen, because as we've kind of alluded to, David Lynch is a very emotional guy. Like he can't like touch something. Like when he's done with it, he's like, it went wrong. I don't want to like think about it. He's like very like kind of standoffish. He's like, no, like that's the whole thing with the Dune stuff. It's like, don't even bring it up. It still hurts me in like my soul. So it's very obvious when you read any interview with him, the few that would get even touch it at all, like Twin Peaks was like something that like stung him personally. And so the fact that he was like getting back involved and being like, oh, I'm releasing these deleted scenes, it kind of told you, that's interesting. He seemed excited about it. Yeah, he seemed excited about it. I was like, when he's excited about something, it's like something's changed, like something is changed. And I think we've now learned that at that point he had already started working on The Return. But like, even if you took that out of the equation, I was like, the idea that he might want to do that now is increased. And there's a lot of stuff in the missing pieces that particularly like directly relates to the idea of more Twin Peaks. Like that's kind of why some of it was cut, it was like, yeah, this is trying to pitch towards like ideas that will never be further developed. Like the whole ending, like one of those deleted scenes, the missing pieces, is literally an extension of the final scene of the season 2 finale. So it's like, why would you have that? Yeah, it's far out. We didn't talk a lot about the missing pieces on the previous episode. There just wasn't a lot of need to, and we're not really going to talk about it here, but that's something for everybody. More stuff with the whole like Annie Dream stuff, more stuff in the convenience store, more stuff with Jeffries. So there's like a lot of that. So I remember thinking even at the time, there was this sensation of like, I think something might be happening. And then after the Blu-ray set comes out, sure enough, like a month or two later, you get it's just a simple tweet. That gum you like is coming back in style. And everybody fucking knew what that meant. No further explanation was needed. Everyone fucking knew what that meant. So people were going
I didn't know
nuts.
when that happened, but I would have if I knew what I know now. That's amazing. What a way to
yeah. And I remember like, it was like one of those weird things too, where again, because of the missing pieces, because of like the Blu-ray set that just come out, I was like going on the Twin Peaks forums and shit, like all the time, like not thinking that I would get news, although that may have been subconsciously in the back of my head, but like, just to be like, let's do more speculation, guys, about like, what, if this ever did happen, what it might feel like or be like. And then one day it was actually there. So it was like already like a very surreal dream within dream experience, like the thing itself. Right. Then like we get like probably like either the next day or later that day after the tweet, like they come out with the official press release, which actually gave a fair amount of information. It was like kind of the only information for a long time after that, which was Showtime's putting it on, Showtime being the premium cable extension of CBS, which owns the Twin Peaks, right? If people might be a little confused, I thought Twin Peaks was on ABC. It was back in the day.
That's what I thought too. But
yeah, but back in the day, the way right. So this is a quick little note on TV history. Back in the way TV used to work, like this is an actual FCC regulation. This is not like just some convention. The way it had to work before Bill Clinton changed the laws was the network and the studio could not be the same company. It was like an antitrust thing. And then they've since removed that, which is why now everyone has their own fucking top-down streaming service. This is what we were trying to. Yeah. I mean, obviously that technology didn't exist yet. So as the technology met with the current state of regulation or lack thereof, I should say. So yeah, now they just sell you everything over the top, and DVD sales before that were kind of the way around that anyway. But yeah, so you know, CBS, Showtime, they were like, okay, we're gonna put on thing. It's the entire thing is gonna be directed by David Lynch, which, like, when you read that, you're like, psh! And like, I mean, I didn't expect it to be any other way at this point, because I just knew, like, there's no way David Lynch would ever, especially now in a TV world where
he would never do it. It's too late for him to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like at that just again for additional context, at that time, though, still like we're talking 2014, the idea of a TV, even a limited miniseries, which is already what they're also calling it, Twin Peaks limited event series. The idea of a single director directing multiple hours of television, like one extended film, was a pretty novel thing as well. Like, it had been done a few other times in the past. Like Robert Altman had this PBS thing, a couple other examples. And like at that point, the recent example, which people saw as the kind of paradigm turn shift in this sort of setup anyway, was the first season of True Detective, the entire thing being Kerry Joji Fukunaga. People were like, oh, you can do that. Okay. So that had opened up the door, and that first season of True Detective got a lot of Twin Peaks comparisons anyway. So it was like weirdly apt. So yeah, they announced that whole thing directed by Lynch, the entire thing written by David Lynch and Mark Frost, which was huge too, because you're like, oh shit, the OG showrunners and creators coming back together. They have not worked on anything since. And even the way, as we talked about extensively, the way Twin Peaks kind of fell apart was like, they weren't really working much together at all at the time. So that was an interesting thing. And then, and this is, you'll notice the interesting thing, Dana, if you don't remember this or know this, they said it was going to be 9 hours or 9 episodes. Huh. Okay. Interesting. As you know, we got double that. So the story of how that happened is pretty notable. So after that press release, I think it was pretty quiet. Or I think, the one other thing that I believe was in that press release, or if not in that press release, was revealed shortly after through an official means, was Kyle MacLachlan was going to be back starring as Dale Cooper.
You can't do it without him.
You can't do it without him. But I think there was already something that, I mean, now in hindsight, it's super obvious what it meant. But like, again, think about it in 2014. The last Twin Peaks thing was Fire Walk with Me, something where we know he was like kind of like skittish about his involvement. So that's one, which is a major reason why they wanted to nip that question in the bud right away.
Sure.
But the other thing is, because Mark Frost and David Lynch had already basically written the thing when this announcement happened, they're like, like the whole thing is going to be crazy in terms of like who from the original series is appearing and for how long. So the one consistent point is this is Cooper's story, though obviously there's a lot of asterisks there too, right?
Right. Is it?
but they were keeping all that obviously super top secret. So it was like, okay, Kyle MacLachlan, he's the star. He's the one person in the cast we're willing to reveal. So from 2014 to like late 2016, early 2017, we didn't know anyone else officially was going to be in this besides Kyle MacLachlan. Really, honestly, in some senses, we didn't know anyone was officially in it besides him until the episodes themselves aired. I'll get to explaining all that in a second, because obviously people knew certain things, even if it wasn't official. That information comes out, and then everyone's kind of like I said, I was on the Twin Peaks forums a lot at the time, and now even more so. But it was a long wait, and so I remember a couple stretches where I was like, "All right, I gotta get off the Twin Peaks junk. I gotta like stop shooting up here. Like it's gonna ruin my life." Because originally they said it was gonna come out in 2016.
Ruin your life.
Well, they said it was gonna come out in 2016, and like I remember going through 2016, and they weren't even done shooting it yet, let alone editing it. So I was like, "This ain't coming out this year."
Yeah.
And they announced it in 2014, so I already had to wait like a year and a half. They started shooting it in like fall 2015, I believe. So it was like a long gestation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, like the thing that happened was, so this is the thing that kind of clued it into why it took so long. Like I said, they said it was 9 hours. I remember a few months or however long it was after this kind of all was officially laid out, rumors started hitting that it was 18 hours, not 9. People were like, what? That's literally double what you said. Or people were like, is it 18 half-hour episodes? Like, there's all sorts of different questions about what the fuck people were talking about. I think this quote rumor came from like either a quote from Lynch or a quote from Sabrina Sutherland, the producer, or Frost, or somebody high up, or even maybe a Showtime exec. Someone just let that slip, and then all of a sudden people were like going crazy about it. Then a very public thing happened where all of a sudden the dream almost died again, and David Lynch fucking tweets out. This would have been like, I don't know, at some point like early 2015, I think. David Lynch tweets out, Twin Peaks isn't happening. I'm done with it. And like everyone was like, what? And he like, I think he had a second tweet where he's like, it's like, they won't let me do it my way, so I'm taking the high road. and then like obviously all the, you know, internet and outlets are calling Showtime, getting the answer. And the official line was essentially David Lynch wanted 18 hours and Showtime said you can only have 9. By the way, I think I forgot to mention, there was at that point, it was more or less made clear either by Frost or someone else that the script was 900 pages long, which, you know, people like who do like script math, like
that's a minute a page.
Right. Right. That doesn't quite add up to either 9 or 18 hours. So people were like wondering where the hell is this coming from? So there, and I knew right away what this was about. And I was fucking right. There's a few things I was dead right about, and I will fucking one day dig up the forum post to prove it. But like I said, dude, because every scene is going to be like paced out like snail style. And he knows he's doing that. That's why he's saying it's got to be 18 hours. Because when he's saying, oh, they never wants to give me 9 hours, not that he couldn't do 9 hours. It's like, that's going to mean I'm going to have to like make scenes play fast. I don't want to do that. Every scene should be twice as long as like what normal people think.
A lot of driving. Like, there is a lot of driving.
So yeah, so I was like, all right, that's not going to work out. So the official line for Showtime, like I said, is like 9 hours. David Lynch was like, it's not just that, it's budget. Like they want to give me not enough budget. They don't like technically can't tell me how long it will be, but they just won't give me the budget to shoot as much as I need to shoot to fill out 18 hours. Right.
Oh, so he just needs more money.
He needs a lot more money.
Well, but hypothetically, if he had it, they would let him do 18.
That's one of those things where
that's what they were saying, kind of like,
yeah, it's all
more
bullshit.
money to do what
the point is they weren't keen on the amount of episodes, and they weren't keen on the money he was asking for to shoot this. And I think when you see the show, like, dude, they were shooting all over the fucking country. They were shooting with like 100 fucking speaking characters. Like, this was an expensive thing to make. Like, yeah, you know, like,
there's a lot of special effects, and
there's a lot of special effects, a lot of like song licensing. It's crazy. So I think David Lynch was like, well, one, he has his artistic integrity and vision just straight up, but I think he's also like, fuck you. Like, and he won. So he was proven right. He's like, fuck you. I'm what sells this thing. It's either me or nothing. And immediately this was proven because and this is the kind of the first sense we got that all these people were clearly coming back. There were like rumors, like there was right away rumors. Cheryl Lee will be in it. Dana Ashbrook will be in it. Matt Shanamick will be in it. Like everyone was more or less like, because that's like as soon as like this gets announced, everyone's getting the phone call from like every reporter.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
And who's going to be the holdup for that show?
Yeah, who's going to be the holdup? So
really?
Like, so people kind of knew. So right away, all those people, like all the kind of cast members from the original series were just immediately like tweeting, actually doing, it became like a little viral campaign for a few days of like these videos from like Twin Peaks without David Lynch is nothing. And they were like that. Basically, they had a mutiny on their hands right away, like publicly. Like,
I think he knew they would.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure he told them to. But the point is, Showtime about faced pretty quickly. They were like, and then David Lynch, it's back on.
Is that really all he tweeted? It's back on.
Yeah, I believe
You're
that's
kidding.
exactly what it said.
Oh
no,
God,
I swear to God.
amazing.
I swear to God, you can look it up.
Just, it's back on.
It's back on. So
so funny.
So he wins, and now he's given the true green light. And David Lynch talked about Mulholland Drive in this interview I watched for that episode last week. It's like, and when you get a green light, it's the most beautiful thing in the world, because that means you get to do what you want to do. And it's amazing. And all these wonderful things happen. So he finally got his proper green light, and now we get it. And like, we know now officially it's going to be 18 hours and a lot is being invested in this thing. Yes. And seemingly all these actors are coming back. So this is the first time, like, we all really know. And I knew almost immediately at this point, because I think the Showtime, the head of Showtime, it might've been Nevins at the time, gives a quote not long after this whole debacle thing. He goes, this Twin Peaks is the pure heroin version of Lynch. Which, as soon as I heard that, I knew everything we were going to get pretty much as soon as I heard that. Because now I'm like, it's 18 hours. It's, quote, the pure heroin version of Lynch. Okay, this thing is going to be like it's going to be like Inland Empire, Mulholland Drive, and Lost Highway, and Blue Velvet all rolled into one. I was fucking saying this on these forums. I knew. And I was like, this, I knew. I just wait till you hear the other stuff. I knew. Like, and I was like, this is going to be like his grand thesis. Like, cause like he's getting old and he hadn't made a movie since Inland Empire. So I was like, I think he thinks this is probably going to be the last thing he does. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we'll see. I hope something else comes out of it, but we'll see. So I'm like, and that brings me to my point, which is, and hopefully by the end of this, I'll have answered it for, if not myself, then for everybody. Could it be that this is one of the greatest pieces of American art ever produced? I'm going to say that the thesis is not the answer, but at least the question, which is what David Lynch prefers. Questions, not answers. All right. So cracking into that 900-page script idea and just like what we knew. Next thing that kind of happened that really shook it up and led to a lot of the speculation, a lot of the more stuff I was right about, was the big cast leak. It's probably what it's probably around either right when they started shooting 2015 or right before this insane leak with like hundreds of actors on it goes into the internet. So now everyone on these forums is like picking this apart, and the names on it are like blowing people's brains off, because it's not only like,
we expect everybody who we expect, but
right?
There were some surprises.
It was more than some surprise. That's what I'm getting at. Like, not only was like everybody from the original cast that was still alive, more or less included, there was like, why is Eddie Vedder on this list? Why is like, it's like, Jim Belushi? What? Like, it was like, amazing, the weirdest, like, eclectic mix of people you could think of. Oh, well, we're going to talk a lot about him, but like, some of the, like, Amanda Seyfried. It was like, I'm trying to think of some of the other like things that just really struck me. There's obviously the two biggest ones, which is what I'm getting to. The thing that was also Jennifer Jason Leigh, Tim Roth. It was like Laura Dern and Naomi Watts are right at the top of this list. Now, immediately, my first reaction, typed this shit out and held to it for months. I said, Laura Dern's playing Diane. Done. Then I was like, Naomi Watts is playing Cooper's love interest, and she's also connected to Diane. It's like, I just knew, because David Lynch doesn't put those people in it if he's not thinking like he thinks. And my whole point is, I have a way of getting into this guy's mind. And so, or at least I'm trying to. And it's not because I'm magic. It's because I've spent like way too much time and energy trying to. And in other words, it's like, he's not going to like, here's why I knew Laura Dern was Diane. It's pretty simple. And it relates to a lot about who Diane is, which we're going to talk a lot about. This is like, when you think of Diane, you think of the voice Cooper talked to. If you're going to embody that, or in this case, we didn't know we were going to embody that, but like, you see Laura Dern, what is she going to be? What if she's the embodiment of Diane? And I think this might have been tangentially to something I had read, where I remember reading years ago that just some fan somewhere said either Laura Dern was going to play Diane in one of the Fire Walk With Me sequels that never happened. Now, that might have been totally made up by that fan, but the thought stuck with me, I should say. And so as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's Diane. Pink sweater, like it's gonna be fucking the character in Blue Velvet, basically. Like that's who he's.
Right.
That would only make too much sense, right? Because who is she in Blue Velvet? She's his confidant for his mystery solving. So it's just like it's Naomi Watts. Naomi Watts being someone who is his love interest and connected to Diane. Well, one, it's like kind of like if it's not like she's kind of like the second Laura Dern in David Lynch's career, right? Someone who's like career he broke out and so forth. And then also just like when I think of Naomi Watts and the way Naomi Watts is in Mulholland Drive, it's like she is like a female Cooper in a lot of ways. So I'm just like, you're just going to pair those people up. And so if those people are both in it, they both have this connection to Cooper, it only makes sense they'd be connected to each other too. So that's how I look at it.
Of course. Mm-hmm. I actually really agree with that.
Yeah, and so sure enough, and it took a couple of parts, mind you, into each one to learn it. So like part 4. So at the end of the premiere night, I was like, there she is, and I was right. And then you get to like end of part 6 / most of part 7, but just even when she gets name dropped at the end of part 4, or not even name dropped, it's actually not even name dropped, just alluded to at the end of part 4. I was like, yep, Diane, yep, Laura Dern. I was like, I'm fucking right. Now, here's another thing that came out too that was very notable. Mark Frost was giving some interviews, again, somewhere in 2015, 2016. And he says, the story is Kyle MacLachlan's version of the Odyssey. And this was like really sticking with me, and I think stick a lot of people, because it was like, whoa, first off, that's the most we've heard about what the story is. And comparing it to the Odyssey evokes a couple things. And then when you see this big cast list, you're like, he's going to go on a long journey. Like, I don't think he's going to be in Twin Peaks at the start of this story. Again, I was right about that. I wasn't the only one saying this, mind you, because a lot of people kind of started to piece it together. And then there was even more confirmed once shooting did start, which they tried very hard, obviously, to keep secret and have no leaks. But Data, what if I told you literally the last scene of the whole thing was the first and really only scene that leaked?
I mean, like what?
Yeah. This leaked fucking in 2015. Like, because it was like one of the first things they shot, and they had to shoot it outside, as you recall, on the actual street, the street of Laura Palmer's house, aka one of the places that every fucking Twin Peaks fan is going to stake out and know about. So they tried very hard to stop it, but they couldn't. And fucking people got in, took photos. So there were photos. Now, a lot of fans are, I think, good about avoiding these spoilers, but I was on the forum, so I saw them right away. And honestly, it proves how unspoilable the show is, because it's like, I had no idea.
Yeah, of course. I still don't know what's happening.
But literally, you see it, and I see Cooper, clearly Kyle MacLachlan in his suit. Again, it's amazing how that leaked, but none of like the Mr. C stuff. Well, actually, no, it did. I'll get to that. That, and then clearly Cheryl Lee, not like made to look like a child, so it's like an adult Cheryl Lee. So you're like, is that a third Laura cousin? Like, what's going on?
Right.
There? I was like, but they're at the Palmer house, and I was like, I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't even really try to make anything of it. All I knew is when I saw that, I was like, it was just another affirmation, probably the biggest of all, that like this was going to be what I wanted it to be. Maybe not going to be what every Twin Peaks fan wanted, and boy, was it not. But it was going to be what I wanted. Because what I wanted was those, like, I wanted a Fire Walk With Me sequel. I wanted that. And so to me, this felt like it was going to be like that. Now, it obviously was not that. But
I think it blew past that.
Well,
in a different way.
I think what it ultimately ended up becoming was a very thorough explanation for why it couldn't be that. So there's that thing. The other thing that leaked, probably think that leaked right after that, around the same time, that also had my head spinning around in circles. And this was one of those things where the leak happened and almost nobody believed it. People were like, this is obviously made up. I was like, it's real. You know what it was? That there was going to be an atomic bomb explosion, and that like a bunch of it took place in Las Vegas. I was like, that's.
Well, I guess if you've seen Eraserhead, you're like, yeah, there probably is going to be an atomic bomb.
I think some people did point out the atomic bomb connection there, but like, I was just like, I think this thing is going to be so fucking weird that like the weirder the rumor, the more likely it's true.
And it was.
The last important thing that really happened in the lead up, and there was like, once you got to like right before it came out, there was like some official reveals, like semi-official, because like there was still this weird thing where David Lynch is like, no comment, even though like they're showing it. Like they had an Entertainment Weekly that came out that had like a bunch of the original cast members, like clearly in their modern versions of themselves, costumes and looks, shown right there. This was the first look at the actual series anyone really got. And there was like a couple of weird little teasers, but those really showed basically nothing. Like David Lynch was like, we're not fucking giving anything away. There was also some leaks, some additional leaks of like, I remember a photo of seeing Mr. C that you couldn't make out a lot of detail because it's a very dark and blurry shot going up to Jennifer Jason Leigh. So I was like, huh, okay. And then I remember actually a lot of people saying, this was one of the things I definitely was wrong about. I was like, but boy, like, I'm so glad I was wrong about this because it was not what actually ended up being the case was a million times more interesting. But I was like, oh, maybe that's Judy. I was like, maybe that character's Judy, like the Jennifer Jason Leigh character. I was like, oh, I'm so glad I was so wrong about that because, Judy's so much more interesting than that. Judy's more interesting than anything I ever could have dreamed of. And then I think there was another photo. So it's funny. So we actually did get leaks of all three major versions of Cooper. Because then the next photo I saw was the photo of what we now learn to be Dougie Cooper, but in the big oversized green jacket. And you know what I said when I saw this, which ended up being right, but not at all for the reasons I thought. Because I remember the atomic bomb. I remembered the atomic bomb thing, and then I go, time travel. This is going to be like Lost, and Cooper's going to time travel, and that's why he's in like, because that jacket to me, especially it's oversized, looked like he must have like went back to the 50s or something. He's wearing someone else's clothes to like blend in.
Oh, yeah.
Which was a very good guess based off I see Cooper in this green jacket, and I remember the atomic bomb was like, he went back in time to like the 40s or something when the atomic bomb or some other threat related to that. And I was like, which I thought sounded like so weird and so on the one hand, not Twin Peaks or not even David Lynch, but I just couldn't shake the idea. And other fans seemed to be saying similar things or outright directly responding to me in some kind of agreement. And I was like, okay, wow. Interesting. But I didn't think much of it afterwards. But it was, again, so funny when you finally watch the thing and right even for the first night, you're like, all of a sudden you see the atomic bomb behind Gordon. You're like, and then you're like, see Dougie and you're like, well, then you see the green jacket. You're like, oh, okay, it's not time travel. But then, of course, we do get time travel. So I was right, just about the wrong thing. A lot of what also further heated up all those rumors, and this, again, came out after everything I just said, was the release of the book, The Secret History of Twin Peaks by Mark Frost. So Mark Frost writes this book, and this is kind of going to be our way to just kind of talk a little bit about Mark Frost and his importance or involvement, because obviously, like with the previous episode, the tendency or assumption, but like with good reason, I think, is to just attribute everything to Lynch, right? But it's obviously a little more complex than that. But Mark Frost writes a book that was written by him. David Lynch didn't have really anything to do with it other than it's the same IP, right? He writes this book, and the book is like really interesting. You want to check it out. I think you'd like it, Dana. It's like full of all this like indigenous Northwestern tribe lore and stuff about real life occults kind of figures like Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley and UFO conspiracies related to like Project Blue Book. It weaves all this stuff through like fake documents, history with like Richard Nixon and like Henry Kissinger and people. Weirdly, it heavily involves and tries to make, quote, significant the Milford brothers, if you remember from like Twin Peaks season 2, like those old dude brothers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that was like a weird little thing. Maybe Mark Frost was just like, you think they're stupid, but I'll make you think otherwise. Then there's the fact that this book, the whole thing is basically, well, it's like there's layers on top of layers, which I think is another significant thing about the way the book actually does relate to the show. It's like layers on top of layers, dreams on top of dreams, right? Because main collector of this information / commenter, comments are all over it, is signed off TP, which later in the book is revealed to be Tamara Preston, aka Tammy Preston. So the character we meet in the return is her, right? FBI agent who go on and join this Blue Rose task force. And then the actual collector of this information, i.e. the original editor of it, whose notes are also in speech is also in it, like kind of like the main narrator really, is known as the archivist. So the whole thing is like his identity is the mystery, but by the end he reveals who's the archivist? Major Briggs, which I said it when we talked about Twin Peaks origin. If there should be any doubt that Major Briggs, aka the archivist, represents Mark Frost the same way Gordon Cole represents David Lynch. I mean, I don't know how obvious you can make this.
Makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Then here's kind of my reactions to the book, because I, obviously tore into it like a maniac when I got it. It's fun, but like I never did think that it was Twin Peaks, because it was just like too apparent that it was Mark Frost's ideas and not Lynch's. And like, with all due respect and love for Mark Frost, it's like, I just don't think that's the Twin Peaks I've ever been looking for or all that interested in. There are other fans who are kind of on the other side of that divide. I feel like they're maybe a minority, or maybe, I don't know, that's beside the point. But like, there are fans who are kind of like, I feel like respond more to things like the Secret History than they do the Return, or like really are into like weird stuff in season 2 that I just like have like zero interest in. And this is, I think, even made more interesting by the sequel book that came out. So because the Secret History, like I said, came out right before the Return aired, right after a much shorter volume called the Final Dossier came out. And this is basically because the way the Secret History is constructed is it's like, we're not going to reveal anything that might happen other than like the very end of the book touches on an event we learn about the Return, where how Briggs supposedly died in the burning down of his station. But other than that, like nothing in the book indicates anything you would learn in the Return or anything past the end of the season 2 finale, right? Because obviously David Lynch or Mark Frost himself gave him this directive, but I know David Lynch, what he would have thought was like, you can't reveal anything, not a thing. So they didn't reveal it. So the Final Dossier was essentially like, you could almost look at it like from a meta perspective as this is Mark Frost's like audio commentary of / like extended like appendix of the Return from his point of view, which is really why I think on the one hand, it's like kind of an attempt towards closure and answers. Again, things David Lynch hates. But to be fair, it's like it does offer more than a few juicy tidbits that I do consider to be like significant canon. And I mean, it's all canon, but like this is the thing Mark Frost does wisely that still I think allows him to kind of give more answers or address things more specifically from his perspective while not violating David Lynch's like core thesis. Is the whole thing like the Secret History is told through unreliable narration. It's Tammy Preston writing it. So it's like, she only knows what she knows, and she might say things that are wrong. Right. So there's that. And I think it is used to the book in significant effect. And which the other part I want to bring up before we move off of Frost mostly entirely, other than when we talk about obviously everything related to Major Briggs, is like what I suspect are Mark Frost's most vital contributions to the Return, aside from just the comforting idea partner that Lynch needs to work in his full genius, like which is like why I said I was so excited to see him there, because I knew that like when David Lynch was at his most focused, when he's at is like when he has that kind of relationship, right? So other than just that effect, I think specifically what he brought to the series, or specifically the Return as a writer, is in a weird way, I think he brought a lot more to the Return than he ever did the original series. Like I think a lot of people have that backwards for some reason. It's like, no, Mark Frost's significance. I mean, one, because he literally was the writer on 900 pages of fucking script, should be obvious, but like, no, he has a lot more to do with why the Return is the way it is than he ever did the original series. Honestly, I think that's fact. And the thing I think you get out of it that's really significant to what makes the Return so special is it has a deep interest in the lives of ordinary people in specificity. Like there's a rich humanism to it. And I mean, obviously, as I'm going to argue and attribute to him as we go forward, I think Lynch is very interested in this too, the most, but I imagine it's Frost who's the one who's making it feel as authentic and specific as it often does, right? Because Lynch is not really all that great with specificity and authenticity in that kind of sense. He's very specific about his like symbols, but not about just like the naturalism of humans. Like, I mean, yes, if you watch The Straight Story, again, a movie not written by him, you might say, oh, well, he's amazing at capturing that. Yeah, I think he's amazing at capturing as a director, maybe not as a writer or an editor. There's also just the complexity and intricacy of the crafted mystery and the building of plot, like all the things related to Blue Rose, the character Briggs, Mr. C, Lucky 7 Insurance, all the related.
We have a lot of questions building
just all the police, FBI, military investigations. Like, I definitely think it's Mark Frost who's keeping all that straight, not David Lynch. Like, and I just don't think, because the reason I think that is not just a matter of ability. I don't think David Lynch cares all that much about that. Like, he doesn't care if it adds up or if it makes sense, so long as he can communicate symbols and cryptic messages. But believe it or not, and I've watched it many times, a lot of it, despite its insane complexity, does add up. Like, it does actually, all the dots actually do connect. And I 100% think that's Mark Frost's like genius doing that, like not David Lynch's. So there you go. That's for anyone who is like a Frost head that feels like this is another one of those Twin Peaks products that tries to like erase his contributions. I don't do that. It's just a matter of perspective. And I think that's what he brings to it. I'm now transporting us that night, that magical night in May of 2017. Goddamn trucks. I swear. I'm turning into David Lynch. I fucking hate trucks now. Like, they're boring evil. Like, there's a lot about trucks. Notice, you think how much they mentioned. We're going to talk about it, but think how much they mentioned trucks and truck drivers.
Truck drivers everywhere. The
world of truck drivers.
The world of truck drivers.
Yeah, we're going to explain the world of truck drivers. I guess I should say, like, I'm sitting there on the couch. I got my cherry pie. I got my donuts. I got my coffee. I'm like, I'm fucking my body.
You're ready. You're ready.
Like, I mean, but nothing could really prepare me. I'm actually almost having a panic attack that something's going to go wrong.
I know better than to ask, but I really wish you had taken a selfie of this moment.
I filmed the whole
thing.
Sad
that I know you did.
Yes. Or a lot of it. Like, I filmed the whole first like 10 minutes of me watching it just so I have that. I haven't looked at this since then, but I know
we need to add that to this somehow.
Oh,
we need
no.
to make that
it's probably going to be the most embarrassing thing ever for me, but
we need to add that to this somehow.
Well, I mean, I'll talk about it, but mouth, everything. It was fucking crazy. My reaction to this thing. So I mean, and why?
How was your reaction change this last time seeing her? This most recent time?
Well,
if it's changed
because I knew I was doing this for the podcast, and I knew like I needed to just have this full mastery. Like, this was the time where I watched it and I was like, I'm graduated. I am now an expert. There's nothing about this fucking show that anyone could tell me that I don't know. I swear to God. I know it backwards. I know it forwards. I know every little fucking thing in it. So
you got to teach me now, because I still don't. There's so many questions.
Oh yeah, no, Dana, I know, and we're finally gonna.
It's not that I don't know anything. It's that I don't understand.
That's a perfect segue.
So much of it.
Perfect segue into, because before
knowing and understanding.
Yeah, well, knowing and understanding. But before we start breaking down the actual content of the return, I think we need to do like a quick little 5-minute, just or less, recap of things we know from before. And I don't mean like the plot.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like
facts, basic facts that we need to remember.
That like kind of, you're right. Like your basic, your codex essentially that we're going to use to decipher this whole. So, and this is the first thing I'm going to mention is not even just Twin Peaks. It's all of David Lynch. It's what we've been talking about all of Lynchtober. David Lynch wants there to be balance. He wants there to be balance. He wants the positive and the negative to be in balance. Oh, real quick, before I say any more about that, one last little thing. Anyone who's been listening to Lynchtober, specifically our Mulholland Drive episode, our previous Twin Peaks episode, knows this. I've brought it up a bunch of times, but I'm going to bring it up one last time because, like, believe me, I don't want to belabor the point anymore. I have seen Twin Perfect's video on Twin Peaks, all of his videos on Twin Peaks. I am someone who agrees with them. I highly support them. I highly recommend you all watch them, because even though I'm going to like basically repeat most of the information in them, there's still little other things that he mentioned. And there's other little things that, again, because I'm saying the reason I feel like I need to like repeat or do this at all is because my perspective and his perspective, nevertheless, are not the same. I have other things, other thoughts of my own and other perspectives, things I even you could argue, slightly disagree with them or slightly interpret it a different way or have a different, I think the best and most accurate to say, have a different focus on. But we generally agree about what things mean. And I learned it from him. I did not just like magically come up with this on my own. Some of it I kind of already figured out, but this is the guy who really deserves all the credit for unlocking this stuff, not me. So all credit to him, but now we are going to just move on and balance, right? Now, in terms of Twin Peaks, the balance concerns this idea of what's unbalanced, and what's unbalanced in the context of not our lives, which are dominated by what? TV, media, listening to the radio, watching movies, watching TV. So in other words, Twin Peaks is a show that's aware of the idea that TV is affecting us, and therefore it is TV, therefore it's affecting us. So its intention of being a TV show that's represents
even a podcast, because if you remember, the radio is how the demon spirit hypnotizes people at the radio station.
Oh yes, we're going to talk a lot about that. We're going to, that's the most important episode. So we're going to talk a lot about that.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, yeah, in terms of like, you have to see the you know what I mean, the finales and all this stuff, but like, that's the one in terms of just like, literally everything I'm going to say, everything I'm about to say right now is all in that episode. So actually keep that in the back of your mind. Balance is what's missing from the quote thing in the air. I'm going to use this phrase a lot, the thing in the air. We talked a lot about the thing in the air on the previous Twin Peaks episode. And what carries the thing in the air? What you're just saying, the airwaves, the radio waves, electricity, right? Electricity carries the thing. And because remember, a lot of things I was saying on the last episode in the context of what we were watching wasn't made necessarily explicit. I was importing information from the return back to there. So, for example, Hawk himself literally sits down Sheriff Truman, the new Sheriff Truman, right? Sits him down and fucking says, this fire is not fire. It's a fire symbol. It means something more akin to modern day electricity. He fucking flat out tells you. Okay? Yeah. So again, electricity. And he also says, Truman asks, is the fire good or bad? What does Hawk say? It depends upon the intention. And he points to the black fire also on the map. There's black fire and not black fire. There's good fire and bad fire. There's corn and black corn. There's good food and bad food. There's a
positive and negative charges in electricity.
Positive and negative charges in electricity. Exactly. We're going to talk a lot about positive and negative charges too. So TV, in a sense, is a carrier of the thing in the air. It's what gets it into our homes. It is in our house now. It gets it into our homes and affects our perception of the world. And our perceptions of the world, in turn, reflect the thing or impact the thing in the air. So here's a very simple example. I watch news this literally happens. I watch local news. It tells me that my neighborhood is full of predators at night who want to kill me and kidnap my children. So now I am paranoid and fearful of people at night trying to haunt and kidnap my children. Maybe
did you have kids that I don't know about?
No, but now, now all of a sudden I'm telling my neighbors this, and they're watching the TV. And then all of a sudden I'm only interested in TV that's about that, because I'm like, well, if you're not talking about the fucking killers that are trying to kidnap my children, you're not telling me what I want to know. You're not telling me what I think I need to know. So now all of a sudden the news station is like, I guess people only want news about that, so we better give them more news, and then even more people think it even more. So it's a cycle. It's a circle, like a ring, a circle that keeps this perpetuating, right? So that's that. The next major piece, Laura and Laura's mystery. Again, the show tells us right out. It told us in the Log Lady intros, Laura's the one. Then in the return, because in case you think the Log Lady intros, which I guess in many senses aren't like part of the actual show text, obviously the return is part of the actual show text. And so in the return, you have the Log Lady saying Laura is the one, in case you didn't know. So right, Laura's mystery is the point of Twin Peaks. That's what the pilot starts with. That's the only thing David Lynch ever wanted it to be. Everything that happened after that is a reaction to that not being the thing anymore. including the return itself. So why is Laura's mystery important? What does it have to do with the previous point I just made? Well, Laura's mystery is a way in which we are shining a light, is the metaphor we like to use, shining a light into the mystery, an investigation, right? Shining a light into the mystery, which then exposes, by exposing it to light, exposing dark to light, it creates what? Balance, light and dark. Light and dark. It's a way you defeat the darkness by shining a light into it. You clear out the shadows, but shadow will still fall, so it still exists, but you have the light, and the light itself is also a thing. It's the warmth, the love, the good, the positive existing alongside the negative, right? Bitter and sweet is another metaphor that's used a lot. Coffee and donut. Coffee, donut. That's a balanced meal to David Lynch. Forget your sugar and nutrition. Actually, there's another great Lynch quote that I was going to bring up later. I'll mention it again. But David Lynch quote on sugar. I think it's granulated happiness. Like, he loves sugar. He's not ashamed of it. He loves sugar. Diabetes be damned. It's granulated happiness. So everything comes in cherry pie. Everything comes in coffee or donuts. So yeah, that's why Laura's mystery. So Laura herself as a character is that balance. She's both positive and negative. She's both a source of love and warmth to her community. But at night, she is, or not even just at night, but you get the metaphor. She's a struggling drug addict and prostitute, essentially. And, you know, obviously a victim of the worst possible trauma, which we're going to have to talk a lot about again today. And I'll be repeating the content warning at the top of this episode. So you've already heard that. So you have that now. You have the balance and you have Laura's role in that balance. By showing you the full depths of the horror of Laura's existence, you value the beauty of it. And therefore you value the beauty of life. Show. Right. So that's what he's getting at. Now, the other big piece that's very important, because I'm not going to stop and explain it any further, honestly, because we're going to have to explain all sorts of much more crazier concepts, believe it or not. Mike and the little man, aka the arm, who, as you know, changes form here. And why, if you don't know.
My favorite thing, by the way, about this whole thing is the noise that the arm makes. I sound like this.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird because, well, obviously when he did it originally as a person, it was like a little like blah, 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 but like now it's like this weird deflating balloon thing. It's like, it sounds so weird. It sounds like the worst fart ever.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, it is. But yeah, so the little man and Mike, remember they used to be a whole person because the little man is literally Mike's severed arm. Mm-hmm. They are essentially like the god of TV. If that makes sense. They're the god of TV. Like essentially in the idea of Twin Peaks and this universe, this dream of Twin Peaks, that's another phrase we're going to come back to. Reality exists only within the TV, and the red room is the space between. It's the space between the airwaves and what's on the TV. So in other words, who controls the airwaves and who controls what's on the TV would be the quote god of that world. And the god of that world would be Mike and his little arm. And part of the idea with the little man or the little arm is that you compare him to the big man, the giant, who we're going to talk a lot more about today, aka, as he reveals to us now, his name is actually the fireman. The fireman is the giant because he's the god of film, the big screen. And there's a relationship.
Oh my God, the big guy's the big screen.
Yes.
Well, and
we're going to talk a lot about that.
Big screen. He watches what happened.
He watches what happens exactly on a big giant movie screen. Mm-hmm. We're going to trust me. There's that once we start getting into that, it's going to click in really strongly because like literally everything is very specific to that idea. So yeah, those are the TV gods. And the firemen, right? Remember I said fire can be positive or negative. The fireman, it both puts out negative fires and creates positive ones.
Yes, out of his face.
Yes, positive fire fuel versus negative fire fuel. They're like two sides of the same coin, as they say. And there's going to be a lot about coins too. Now, the most important symbol, which we already unpacked last time, and we're going to unpack some more here. And it directly relates to this where we left off, how Twin Peaks ended, why and how it reflected it through the symbols and abstractions, through the symbol of Bob and the symbol of, more than the symbol, the character that is the symbol of Bob and Cooper's doppelganger, right? That's how the season 2 finale ends. That's how we begin this. The idea of the white horse. And
the white horse.
I'm not even going to re-explain the white horse yet, because I'll have opportunity to do that going forward. But just always be thinking of the white horse. White horse is the most important thing. I mean, I think that should be very obvious to anyone. The white horse is the symbol of all symbols. Okay. Because once you understand what the white horse means, everything else should follow. But to just get into the idea of Bob and the doppelganger, right? And why that happened.
This is the water and this is the well, drink full at its end. The horses, the wider the eyes, and dark within.
Right. So
that's
Dana, you already have your answer. I said I'm not going to explain the white horse any further for now. We'll get when we get to that part, I'll talk about it. But just so you know, like, it's literally telling you the horse is the white of the eyes, the white of the eyes.
Well, if you notice, Cooper's doppelganger too has black eyes.
Well, he has black eyes now in the return, but how did he appear in the season 2 finale? It's actually a great way to segue into what I was just about to say. Anyway, how did he appear? He had all white eyes.
All white.
So the dark of his eyes now is just representing the dark that's already within them. But the reason they're dark within is because no light gets in them, because they're all white. There's no actual iris or the idea is the shadow self is the you that has fully averted their eyes, only whites in the eyes, only dark within, right? That's Cooper became his doppelganger, or his doppelganger took Cooper's place, I should say, and left the red room, leaving the other Cooper behind, because Cooper represents what? He represents us. Cooper represents the audience. He is us and we are him. I'm going to use Cooper and us interchangeably a lot. And that might sound confusing, but trust me, it won't be, because you're going to start to realize that when you start actually being liberal with changing Cooper to we's and us's, all of a sudden the context of what Cooper's doing and how it relates to us makes a lot more sense, actually, just in a natural kind of way. And the reason the Twin Peaks season 2 finale, the way Twin Peaks had ended in 1991 and would not come back till now. I mean, Fire Walk Me, yes, but we talked about that. Is how, because David Lynch is directing and writing Cooper. In other words, Cooper not only reflects the audience, he reflects what David Lynch thinks the audience is. So David Lynch, at the end of season 2, what does he think of the audience? You guys are all corrupt. You've all turned on me. You've all become your doppelgangers. Because the audience that I loved, the audience that I wanted to love Twin Peaks, left Twin Peaks, left it to die. Didn't listen to my warnings, didn't care about in keeping the mystery of Laura alive. And we talked about all the nuances of that, when we did the original episode, so I won't belabor it here. But, that's kind of, so in other words, it's like you are now corrupted. And so the season 2 finale ends with corrupted Cooper, the doppelganger. And who is with him? Bob. Bob is his passenger. Why? Because our darkness is reflective of our relationship to Bob, meaning, what does Bob represent? We talked a lot about this last time, but this is another important thing, because Bob actually doesn't come up that much in the return, at least not directly, but the concept of Bob is ever present. Bob is the demand for violence, for entertainment. Bob he enjoys the killing. He loves the violence. He's an animal. So you see a lot of these things reflected in the return, not directly through Bob necessarily, but through the entire world of the return, right? And so this is to say that we're all like Bob now. We're all bloodthirsty, cravenous animals, essentially.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk a lot about why I think he's not wrong. So, and why, just again, bring it back around to the white horse, which I said is the most important. Why are we bloodthirsty, cravenous animals who like violence for entertainment? Because we've let the darkness in. How did we let the darkness in? Because we averted our eyes from it. We told ourselves lies about the world we really live in. And as a result, darkness grew and festered, because the only way darkness can be confronted is by shining a light into it. Now, let's begin for real now. part 1 and 2, the first half of so the premiere night, the way it aired was technically only parts 1 and 2 aired. But if you were signed up to Showtime, you could instantly watch 3 and 4 on demand. So, and then 3 and 4 aired the next week. So it was actually like the premiere night, you got 4 episodes at once, but then you had to wait an extra week before part 5 aired, which I did gladly, because I was like, the reason they're giving you 4 is because clearly a lot happens in these first 4 episodes to get the story going. And I was right. So that's how we're going to treat this. So right away, it starts with exactly how we all knew it should start. Going right back to the Red Room, like, I'll see you again in 25 years. Meanwhile, right? Fade out. And it becomes this very slow massage of images from the pilot of the school, of the moment it happened. And I don't mean the death, obviously, the moment we all found out, right? And you hear the scream. We're going to talk a lot about screams, because screams are very important, right? We literally end on a scream. This is not a scream of Laura or even Sarah. This is a scream of that girl who really did run by. It was one of the most sort of impressionistic moments of the original Twin Peaks pilot. I think that's why David Lynch went back to it. It's like, as he said many times, the pilot is the thing he's most proud of. The pilot is the thing. Everything else is just the cousin of the pilot, really. And that's very true of the return here. The impressionistic thing of the girl running across the courtyard quad field or whatever, just with her hands on her face screaming. And remember, we were talking about that scene. Donna and James are in the classroom. They don't even know what happened yet. All of a sudden, but they're getting this foreboding feeling, like they know, because they know Laura, and they know Laura's not in class. And all of a sudden, a girl runs screaming, like past the fucking window. So he goes to that image, and it's all slow-mo. It's all slowed down. Then it turns to that thing we know from the pilot and from Fire Walk Me, that trophy cabinet where Laura Palmer's homecoming queen picture is. Slowly pushes in, and then it drops. When we hear falling for the first time in 25 fucking years, I'll tell you, I knew it was going to happen. I knew, I was very good. I mean, there's plenty of things that was unpredictable about this.
You get emotional.
I got very emotional because I knew what he was doing. I knew what he was doing. So I knew it was going to happen. And I was like, oh my God. And it happens. And you're like, then you see the new HD ass version of the final sequence. And you're like, this is fucking nuts. I cannot believe this is happening. Yeah. And just like, it was just like a rapturous experience, really. Like, that ends. And then now we're really getting into it. And I'm like, oh my God, now this is not something I could predict, because everything after this, can't say I predicted at all, but that's what made it brilliant, of course. Fucking all of a sudden you're in black and white, major Eraserhead vibes down to the set design.
Yep.
Cameras pushing in, reveals what? Cooper sitting there in a chair in this black and white room. Next shot cuts to who is he talking to? At that point, you only know him as the fucking giant. Right away, we're getting backwards speak. Well, we already got it with the Laura flashback, but now we're getting new backwards speak. And it's just like straight up, what does he say? And now let's get into what's important here.
Is this at the point still where they have backwards speak, or the giant has backwards speak, but Cooper's still speaking forwards?
Cooper speaks forwards, but the giant speaks backwards. Yes. Interesting choice there. I can try to unpack it, but it's really not that important. I don't feel. So he's like, what did he say? What's important is what he says. Agent Cooper, listen to the sounds. Cuts to the record player, making this very unusual record skipping scratch sound. We will now know that sound is what? Time being undone. So
is that?
Okay.
Well,
I'll tell you where it appears again. It lets you know that, but like literally in the last episode. So everything he says relates to the last episode. So that's what I mean. Like, you're sitting there. And I remember tons of fans online speculating, and it's like, dude, David Lynch is the king of red herrings. He packs so many other Richards and Lindas and other little things that you might think is what he's talking about, and it's clearly not. So you see the finale, it's clear that's what he's talking about. It's like, so it's like, Agent Cooper, listen to the sounds. It's like, it is in our house now, which is the most important line of all, right? It is in our house now. It's something I've said a million times, and I'm going to say a million more times. This is like the whole idea of Twin Peaks. It is in our house now, right? Then he says, remember 430. Remember Richard and Linda. It's like, and then he goes, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Mm-hmm.
And Agent Cooper goes, I understand. Which just kills me because it's like the ultimate David Lynch already like fucking trolling his audience. Like, it was like, Cooper's supposed to be our avatar. And right away, he's on a different page than us. Now, it doesn't undo what I said because there's a reason for everything. This is Cooper from the future. Like, so he is supposed to be a stranger.
Oh, mm-hmm. He should, yeah.
Right.
Because we don't know him.
Right. Well, in a sense, this is, and I don't want to get too bogged down in this because this gets all the season 4 truthers some juice. And I'm attempting to argue that that's all bullshit. But that is Cooper from the future of any further point than we've seen him. He's kind of like Cooper Infinity is a good way to put him. He's Cooper every time you and I come back and rewatch The Return, essentially. Like, because Cooper represents us. He's the Cooper that exists after the end and will always exist after the end.
Right.
Where does he appear in the beginning?
The last one. The one who
because
remains.
the past dictates the future in the same way the future dictated the past. And is it future or is it past? Everything is a time loop. So Cooper ends where he begins every time. So we talked about the original series in Fire Walk Me is one big time loop. The Return is also one big time loop, which means the whole thing is one big time loop. It does not go anywhere. Never goes anywhere. It's always back to the beginning. You know, there's that to keep in mind. Now, what we get after that, the first thing we see is actually Twin Peaks. So people are like, you don't even get Twin Peaks till like, it's like, no, you get it actually quite a bit in part 1. It just doesn't feel like Twin Peaks is important. The other thing you're going to get, and that just immediately, it's almost like in part 1, he's going out of his way to even really condition you towards this. The whole thing I alluded to about the 18 hours. This thing is going to move slow as fuck. If you're thinking it's going to be whiz bang boom, no. Because the first thing we get is literally a scene of just a truck delivering a box that we don't even know it is to Dr. Jacoby living in a trailer. And the whole thing takes like 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Definitely thought that was going somewhere for sure.
Well, eventually it goes somewhere.
Eventually.
But like, it doesn't go anywhere
take a long
on the
time
scene.
to deliver that package.
Yeah. Now, when we eventually explained all the Jacoby stuff, it should retroactively seem obvious why he did want to start the story here, essentially. Because like I said, the Cooper thing we just talked about is actually the end of the story. So this is the first new thing in the story's chronology we've seen yet in this whole first part. Then we get New York City. And I just love this shot when you finally get that, because again, it's right away announcing to you that the card, New York City, oh, we're going places. We never did that in the original series, remember. Like, it never left Twin Peaks ever. And you see one of those amazing shots of the skyscrapers. Because, like, to me, and this is why I assume David Lynch likes these shots, they look like electric trees. Just these
we ended up with some electric trees, didn't we?
I know. We ended up with a lot of electric trees. That's the whole idea of the sycamore tree anyway. It's the electric tree. He draws like a weird, remember he draws that cartoon? Oh boy, I wouldn't get to that. So what is the New York City scene about? What is this Sam and Tracy business? We spent a big chunk of part 1 on it, and then literally it's never seen again. I mean, obviously, because the whole thing kind of ends with them dead. But what is this all about? Why did we want to start here? Why did we go into this? This is where we start to get at what the core thesis of The Return really is about, or at least like the thesis within the thesis within the thesis, right? Which is that it's a reflection of us. Cooper is a reflection of us, but it's not just Cooper. These symbols translate into other forms, right? So Sam, the guy watching the box, I mean, it's funny. I remember reviews the night this came out actually got this. They all got it. And I was like, oh, wow. If you guys all got this, you should be able to start to get the rest of it. And they're like, oh, it's kind of like he's like us, waiting 25 years for Twin Peaks to come back on the TV. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, watching the box, waiting for something to happen. This is what he tells her when Tracy comes in. He's like, yeah, one guy said he saw something once. But nothing. Been watching this for years, literally just filming a box from multiple camera angles. First thing we see him do is like change the memory card. The whole thing takes like 3 minutes. Doing these menial tasks in silence. There's no score. There's nothing. It's not that he's just watching the TV like he's watching TV to watch TV. He's waiting for something to happen, and he's waiting for Twin Peaks, because what is Twin Peaks? Why are we here? Everything I told you about my own personal journey with the forum posts and the obsessions, I'm as guilty as every other Twin Peaks fan that David Lynch had in his imagination when he's creating this. Okay. Which is, we want to know who the fuck is Judy. And that's what I mean about like why this was in some ways like the most obvious, greatest secret of the whole thing. We're not ready to fully talk about Judy yet, but everything's talking about Judy in some sense, because I cannot tell you how many for years after first seeing Twin Peaks, every fucking other day, I'd be Googling Judy. I'd be writing about Judy. I think Judy's this. We have to figure out, do you think the monkey's Judy? Because the monkey at the end says Judy. I think Judy might be the jumping man, but it's like his female like there's more theories about Judy than literally anything else. Judy is everything. And David Lynch knows this. David Lynch has always known this. That was kind of like the whole idea with Judy in the first place. So in other words, just to bring it back down to the moment, all right? Sam is watching the glass box waiting for Judy. He wants what Judy is, and we're going to elaborate on this a lot in every facet, because it's not as simple as just what I'm about to say, but it is what I'm about to say. Judy represents the ending. Judy represents closure. Judy represents explanation. So in other words, he's waiting 25 years to get the fucking answers that he wants about who is Judy. Judy is who is Judy. So he's like, when is it going to come? When's my closure coming? I'm waiting on the TV. A guy said he thought he saw something once, like he saw the missing pieces and thought maybe that gave the answer, but I don't know. I don't think he did. I'm still waiting. I'm going to sit here every night until I find out. Who is Tracy? Tracy is the girl who comes, delivers him coffee.
Coffee, yeah. She has a crush on him, obviously.
He has a crush on him, obviously. Exactly. So in other words, what is Sam, if not the ultimate basement dwelling fucking nerd, aka me, who like rather than living real life and like pursuing the girl who's interested in him, just wants to fucking watch TV and wait for Twin Peaks to come back so he can get the fucking answer to who is Judy. Okay? So
go live your life.
Yeah, go live your life. So what happens is, and there's multiple layers to this we're going to talk about, because a weird twist of fate happens where, as we find out later in part 2, which is the only time we see the Sam and Judy thing, but it's just or Sam and Tracy thing, but it's just a flashback. Cooper actually did pass through that tube at one point. Before
he did later, yeah. He flies forward.
That was back in that, but that was I'm saying that was David Lynch playing around with the order of events, because that was happening simultaneous to the stuff in part 1 with the thing, right?
Oh, right.
Right. So so Cooper, that's why he shows the end. Sam goes to check the bathroom for the security guard, and then it cuts to the glass box, and Cooper passes through the glass box, fully formed, everything. Cooper being
with his suit on too.
With his suit on. Cooper being at that point still Agent Cooper, meaning OG Cooper, original Twin Peaks Cooper, right? Is an avatar in that sense for original Twin Peaks. And it's like, hey, Twin Peaks came back on the air. The love of Twin Peaks, the good version of Twin Peaks, came back on the air, and you weren't even looking for it. You were distracted. You were elsewhere. And when you came back in, you got what you wanted. Now, at first, what does Sam do? He realizes the security guard comes in. So he's like, okay, I guess, I don't know how you want to look at it metaphorically. There's a million different ways you can go with it. It doesn't really matter. The point is, Sam is finally like, all right, Tracy, come in. Let me nerd out first and explain to you what I do. I watch this box and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he sits on the cat table. He's drinking his coffee. And now all of a sudden he's realizing, oh shit, this girl is like alone with me and she's hot and she clearly likes me. So maybe I can do something with this. And he stops watching the box. He stops watching the box and he gets to have sex with Tracy. And it's good for a second. But what happens? Now, people have said, oh, well, he's interrupted by the monster. No, he's not. he looks at the box, and that's when Judy comes in. So in other words, he couldn't even fucking finish before wanting to just see what was up with the box. And when he looked at what's up in the box, that was it for him, because what did he do? The thing that David Lynch is trying to explain. He rejected the love of real life, a real woman, coffee to drink, and instead just wanted to look at the box. And what happens when you look at the box? And by the way, by looking at the box, he's also, quote, looking away from Tracy, away from them. So he's also averting his eyes.
Looking away from love.
Looking away from love and towards the box for his answers, for his closure. And boom, all of a sudden, the box goes black, and you see what is credited in the credits as the experiment. Now, you will come to know, or come to greatly infer, or just I'm going to state it as all fact to you. It's pretty undebatable. Everyone agrees on this. The experiment is Judy, right? Or a form of Judy, because Judy has multiple forms. Yeah. It's kind of like the monstrous, like
hairless monster
form of Judy. The human form of Judy is Sarah Palmer, which we're going to talk a lot about. But the human form of Judy is the experiment, right? But there's all sorts of weird features if you look. Like, it's got its little horns with its round head, so it matches the Judy symbol that we're going to come familiar with. The arms are weirdly inverted, like it's got double joints, which I take offense to because I have double joints.
I thought that to mean like sometimes my arms bend backwards.
Yes, it does mean that. So when Laura's talking about sometimes her arms bend back, she means sometimes she is a representative or tied or in relation to Judy. Judy and her, unfortunately, are related. I mean, quite literally, Sarah, Laura, right? So Judy, what does she do? She bursts out, and Sam, mind you, before she even bursts out, he's like, look, telling Tracy to look too. I'm like, dude, you're getting her killed. It's like that horror movie thing. Like, come on. You should just close your eyes and run and you would have been fine. But instead you got to like look at it. And all of a sudden, what happens to Sam and Tracy? How do they die? Because later it's explained by Tammy, there was no fingerprints, no anything to show there's any person there. Because it's not really a physical form. Their heads become burst like eggs. We're going to get back to this a lot. The idea of heads as eggs and eggs cracking, or the blood and brain being yolk leaking out, right? And this gets into the quickest way to today is it gets into the idea of, quote, rotten eggs, right? Rotten eggs, nasty rotten eggs. Because was our heads on the fucking junk of the thing in the air, the junk TV, the negativity, the paranoia, the fear? It turns our heads into rotten eggs. Okay. That all out of the way. And I'll just say that, like, as you might imagine, there's a lot already. We've gotten so much, and we have so much to like. That's what I mean. Like, David Lynch is not wasting time here. He might be taking 18 hours, but he's kind of giving it to you right hard and fast in reality, despite the slow pacing. We then get to the Great Northern, and we get Ben and Jerry back in action. This is like our first real sense of like, yes, Twin Peaks OG characters are here. But there's still this feeling of like, I don't know. I remember it felt very weird to me at the time. Then we get Mr. C. I'm going to be calling him Mr. C. That's kind of his canon name, if you will. Cooper's doppelganger. And it's the quickest thing to say, obviously. So Mr. C, and he's called Mr. C in this first scene by that guy. He's like, Mr. C, Mr. C. And you get the headlights down the road and the blasting song, which is notably a version of American Woman. And I just point that out to say, like, there's going to be stuff about the, quote, American Girl, which I'm going to talk a lot about. And American Woman being tied to that, it's like this thing of like, Bob, what does Bob do? Well, he kills American women. Yeah. So there's that. And just the whole thing with the way we're introduced to Mr. C, why it comes alive, is like, it's this very hard, I don't know if you felt this comparison, like Terminator vibe. Right? Like the first thing we see him.
Yeah, I actually did kind of get that. Yeah. He's like, I mean, he's got the leather jacket. He's on the motorcycle. It's definitely an entrance.
Yeah.
And it's like a badass.
Well, just immediately it's like breaking faces.
Mr. C's got that like long,
He doesn't ever show emotion when he beats people. He's just like a machine. He's like a machine.
Yeah, Absolutely.
Violent machine. And that's the kind of the idea. He's a machine of violence. And that, like, it's the perfect partner, vessel, passenger for Bob, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in that first scene, when we meet Bill and we're getting inside this dark, painted black little cabin, we're introduced, Mr. C calls it, so my name, Beulah. What does Beulah say? It's a world.
Hey, everybody, world full of truckers.
It's a world of truck drivers.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about this for a second. A world of truck drivers is Mr. C's world. Later, we see he drives a big black pickup truck. This is the idea. So when he talks about trucks, this is important. I kind of alluded to this on the previous episode. And there's specific examples, like the fact that Ed drives a truck and his truck is painted gold. Trucks, it's not literal like trucks and truck drivers are bad people.
Didn't Leo have a red truck?
Yeah, Leo. Well, see, Leo gives you the other side. Just yes.
Yeah.
Leo's obviously bad. So hold on. Don't think of any of the bad characters. I'm just saying.
I thought at first, okay, when that first truck came in the intro to deliver to Jacoby, I initially for a second thought, I was like, wait, is that Leo's truck? Because Leo had a red truck in the beginning.
Oh yeah, no.
Season 1. So for a second, I was like, is that the truck? Like, what are the odds that they've just kept it going for 25 years? I
think it's fair to say that you were not far from the only person to think that. I think a lot of the return, especially that first time you're seeing it, especially when it was airing live, was like, where is Waldo? I mean, every conversation was like, I think that was this person, or this person might, like, every single thing was like that. So absolutely. No, we get no Leo at all in the return, which is a shame, but we do get the world of truck drivers. And yes, you're right. Leo was literally a truck driver. So when we say a world of truck drivers, we are saying it's a world of Leo Johnsons, which it is, which gets me to my point that I was going to make, which is don't think of truck driver as like, you have to think again, like everything else with Lynch, it's layers of metaphor and symbol. It's not always literal, and it's not always meant to be a critique of like I'm saying that, like, if you're a truck driver or whatever, don't be offended by this is what I'm saying. Do not take offense to this. This is not a critique of truck drivers as a job or the people that are truck drivers. That's not what this is. It is not a negative class critique. I'm going to have to bring this up a lot because of the way certain symbols are. But, however, and when I talk about the American girl is when I'm really going to get into this, and I can't wait to get to that point. It's using the concept that there are people who look down on those people in its favor. There's a reason Hutch and Chantel have Southern accents. There's a reason that there is a sort of iconography shorthand, which you could, if you want to, you could apply to Lynch as a critique or try to take it personally. But I highly recommend you don't, which isn't to absolve Lynch in all cases. It's just to say that I'm quite certain the way I read it is that these are everything with Lynch is treated like an abstraction. So the way people think of something, rightly or wrongly, is as much a part of that thing as anything else. In fact, it's the only thing that's a part of that thing. There's a line that Mike has in Twin Perfect in his video repeats this a lot, which is good advice. It's kind of like the codex to the codex. Mike in the original series says, I mean it like it is. I mean it like it sounds, right? So if you want to understand anything in David Lynch's stuff, you have to think about that first. You have to think about what it is that it sounds. What is the conventional perception of the literal thing you're talking about, and then start.
Or what is the perception of whoever's speaking?
I will say in some cases,
because he's used this to show us things
no.
about the characters, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like in some cases, yes, because some characters have like good perceptions and some have bad perceptions. If it's Agent Cooper, I think that's fair to say. Let me put it that way. But yeah, so to getting back to this idea of the truck is a smoke stacking vehicle, like black smoke, of bad intention. It's a gas guzzler. Gas, remember, fuel, gas. It's violent, like rumbles a lot. And, if it hits someone, which it does later, it does a lot of damage. So in other words, these big trucks, these vehicles of bad intentions are representative of this, quote, world of truck drivers, this world of Leo Johnsons, the new modern TV, the TV where it's like everything is anti-heroes, Breaking Bads, and crooked cop shows, The Shield. In other words, in David Lynch's mind, I'm not saying bad like they're bad critically, but the TV even more now than in 1990 is like married to a certain kind of grim, grisly, violent, dark, sadistic thing. And that's
to be fair,
in the world around
is it a little bit Lynch's fault though? Like every show starts with a dead body.
Very good question.
Every show now starts with a dead body in a river. It's some cute girl's dead in the river. That's Twin Peaks. Every Law and Order SVU starts with Laura Palmer or a version of Laura Palmer.
Well, okay, I would separate out SVU for a reason. I literally mentioned Law and Order in our last episode as like a contemporary show, the original, I mean, to Twin Peaks.
I specifically said SVU because of Laura's history.
I know. That's
the one that's more closely related to her story. I know,
but like you're also like, because to answer your earlier point, because like I think there's, when you mention SVU, it's like both the answer and the retort at the same time. Like, yes, the influence,
the formula might be different without Lynch.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
It's everything you're saying is 100% right in the sense that like the influence Twin Peaks has had to make more shows about more murders, more serialized, more intense, more film-like, but film-like for the purpose of like being more explicit, more like heavy, more dark-natured, right? Like I said, the whole anti-hero era of TV, which we're kind of past now, but it was very much the thing when David Lynch was making this still. It's true. Twin Peaks did it, and I think David Lynch feels responsibility for that to some extent. But I think he also feels like it was inevitable because it was the thing in the air. It didn't matter that our show like did that. It's just I think that's how he feels. And to your point about SVU, it's like, yes, you might say SVU takes the more sexual violence and even more like attempt at human like approach to the Law and Order formula, but that's just the thing. It's still the Law and Order formula, and the Law and Order formula is what? Crack a fucking wise joke every time you find a dead body. And that's what David Lynch, like, I mean, that's why Andy's sobbing and everyone's really somber when they find the body of Laura Palmer versus the fucking usual shit. So, you know, I think like I said, there's both sides to it there. But just this idea of the symbol of the truck and the truck driver, the world of truck drivers, the world of Leo Johnson's, like anything therefore coded, that's maybe the best way to put coded as trashy or coded as redneck. Like, don't take offense to that part of it. But as so much as it take understanding and notice that he's using that coding to suggest this is in league with the world of truck drivers. This is in league with the world of Mr. C. Right. And when you meet the kids, Ray and Daria, right, his first two little servants who both betray him, obviously, they kind of bring in this sense of like, who are these people? Who are all these people? That's Cooper. Why is he different? So in other words, Mr. C, and this is part of why he's in league with Bob, and he being in league with Bob is part of the reason this is the case, is the center of attention on this show. Keep that in mind with everything else, because every time we're talking about Dougie, we're talking about other things, they're fighting for attention from Mr. C. And I remember, this is not just like, oh, what David Lynch's intentions were. I know from a fact when I was fucking watching the show and reading the reviews and comments every fucking week, everyone was like, Mr. C was barely in this episode. I think this about Mr. C. I think this about, like, everything was funny. So David Lynch's ability to predict how the audience will be reacting, granted he's editing the show and manipulating it to elicit a certain reaction, right? Going with the slow pace and going with all that stuff is spot on. So you can look at it like, oh, he knows his audience, or he's very good at manipulating his audience to be the audience he knows. It's you know, chicken and egg, I think, on that. This is why, like, in general too, like there's, when people criticize their term by saying it's like testing your patience or it's full of red herrings, they're not wrong. It's deliberately full of red herrings and designed to test your patience. like that's kind of what he's getting at. He wants, like, David Lynch wants the audience to be in a certain state when they get to part 18, so that part 18 hits the right way, and everything's in service of that. He wants to run you through the fucking paces.
You know what it reminds me of?
Yeah.
in the best of ways.
Mm-hmm.
You know how your mom makes you eat vegetables before you get to have dessert?
Oh, yes. In this case, it's like, in this case, it's almost like you have to eat your vegetables to get your dessert, but then you get one little spoonful before I make you eat 2 times the amount of vegetables before you get your next spoonful. That's kind of how the return is structured. And so by the time you get your like 10th spoonful, you're just like, I don't even want the spoonful anymore.
I'm done with it.
Yeah. No, literally, that's a perfect metaphor. Good work. Now, also thing I really like too is now we're getting into what the actual plot is of the return, and it's all shrouded in mystery. And the particular vibe of this mystery, which gets in our first real sense, other than I mentioned Eraserhead in relationship to that opening scene, but this really is David Lynch combining vibes of all his stuff, all the stuff we talked about in Lynchtober, because the whole Ruth Davenport thing where they're finding the body specifically down to the detective being played by Brent Briscoe, it's Mulholland Drive. There's such a Mulholland Drive vibe to it. It's hard to fully articulate why exactly. Some of it's the sound design, which again, David Lynch does himself with Dean Hurley. We're going to talk about it in a little bit. But just the whole thing, it's like you find the mysterious body, the head, the body separated, and it's like just the dry tone of the detectives, including Briscoe, just like, yeah, there's a body, all right. Like, it's like this whole thing. And yeah, there you go. Like, this is, you mentioned Law and Order at SVU. This is part of the Twin Peaks vibe. We're not getting it in Twin Peaks with the Twin Peaks police station, but we're getting it in Buckhorn. We're getting the procedural. We're getting the mystery. There's a body. Someone's getting ready. The whole, like, honestly, a big part of part 1 and part 2 feel like a Law and Order episode. Like, if I just cut the Bill Hastings Buckhorn stuff, it resemble a Law and Order episode through and through, just directed by David Lynch. But even then, like, not that distinct from any other episode, really. It really does feel that way, and I think that's very intentional. So it's who's the dead body, and it specifically needs to be a dead woman, even though the body's male in this case. We find out later it's Briggs. It's Ruth, not Laura. And what is Ruth to us? Ruth is fucking nobody to us. We don't know who the fuck Ruth is. So in other words, instead of Laura, instead of what we get in the pilot of the original Twin Peaks, the Twin Peaks as intended, we get a body that is much more like a Law and Order episode, a faceless nobody. We're gonna learn a couple facts about. We're gonna learn, oh, she was dating this guy and they had this plan, but we don't know shit about her. Otherwise, we don't care about her. She's just plot. That's what Law and Order is. That's what Ruth is. Ruth is essentially Law and Order in human form. That's not even something I was planning on saying, but it's basically true. So yeah, we don't really ever need
Which
to
is
know
funny because I
about her.
believe that actress has had an episode on Law and Order.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I bet there's a bunch of people. I'm sure Brent Briscoe and Jane Addams for sure. Other people related to that Buckhorn plotline have all been on Law and Order for sure. We also get right away in part 1, and she's the source of the title and many of the episode titles for the return. The log lady with the title of this first episode, My Log Has a Message for You. And what's the message? Something is missing.
And it has to do with your heritage.
Well, yes.
Of how you'll find it.
Hold on. So I want to say about that. Obviously, we find out exactly what it has to do with the heritage and how that works. And we also see it play out where there's all these, not red herring is the wrong word, but like false theories about it. Like, you know, even like Andy and Lucy, like, I don't see anything about Indians in here. Like, so that's all important. And that is part of the message, but I want to exclude that and just focus on the first part, because if you just focus on the first part, the answer to what the thing is missing, and we do find out that this is right, of course, is very obvious. The thing that's missing is Laura. There's no Laura in this story. I mean, we'll get Laura in the part 2, and we'll get her exit essentially, but that's what's missing. This is Twin Peaks pilot. If it wasn't Laura, if everything about Laura in the Twin Peaks pilot was just, you know, thrown out, that's what you would get. So when she says something is missing to Hawk, that thing is Laura. We later find out that the literal thing Hawk will find using the thing with his heritage, which is a special nickel that had Native American on it. I don't know exactly which one, unfortunately. And the door was made by Nas Perce Industries. If you read The Secret History, you know Nas Perce is a name of a tribe that was around the Washington State area. And that's when he finds additional missing pages of Laura's diary that directly tie into what you see in Fire Walk with Me with Annie and all that. But the important point, that's all plot. The simple and symbolic understanding is just very straightforward. The thing that's missing is Laura. Now, talking about things that have been missing, but not the thing that's missing necessarily, is Agent Cooper. It's established, yes, he has been missing for 25 years. You got to remember, like, when you're coming in,
Wally was born.
Literally, yes, that's obviously the scene I'm talking about. Literally, that's that's before Wally was born.
But then actually Andy repeats it later on to Hawk. Yeah. He says the same thing since before Wally was born. Like,
that was before even Wally was.
So cute.
I know. We're going to talk some Lucy and Andy stuff because there's a lot of great payoff to that, actually. People who think Lucy and Andy don't have important roles to play were proven dead wrong. Well, that's the thing. So when you're coming into this, you don't necessarily know what the 25 years since have been. And so it's established right away. You haven't really missed anything in some way. There's certain things you missed, but
yeah, Bobby's really a cop.
Anything. Well, yeah, that. But like, but this is what I'm saying.
Everybody else has the
almost everything. A lot of things. A lot of people have the same jobs and are seemingly stuck exactly where they were. From Shelley to all the people in the sheriff's department, right? Other people. Yeah, Bobby's a cop. That it was a surprise on the one hand, and it was a very effective moment, but it's also that it just directly is what his father told him. Like, you know what I mean? So that becomes a big part of what that story is about, even. But Agent Cooper's been missing. He's somewhere, and the idea of Agent Cooper being missing for 25 years is tied to what's been going on in this part one so far, which is we're somewhere else. We're somewhere where we don't want to be. We're flashing to cutting to Twin Peaks every now and then, but we don't feel like we're really there. We're not hearing the music. We're not seeing all our faces. We're not even at the double R yet. We're just like, I don't know. We're in Buckhorn for some reason, right? And this is building in us the thing that we're trying to explore, which is we want to know desperately what we're doing here. Why are we here? Can we just get on with the thing we want? And you'll notice when Bill Hastings is thrown into the cell, we get our very first woodsman sighting. And what are the woodsmen? They're black-skinned. Well, not, oh, that sounds wrong. Oh, okay. No, there are people with soot covered on them that just, makes them, just totally, I don't know the right way to say this, but everyone knows what I'm talking about.
They look soiled. They look like they're covered in earth.
They're covered. Yeah. Well, it's like oil. They're just like, it's like petrol. It's all petrol. They're like
something,
highly flammable.
Some kind of something.
Well, soot and petrol. And it's like this idea that they are, where there's smoke, there's fire. They're the smoke. So Mr. C, the fire, can't be far behind. That's why they're always in, like, anytime Mr. C or something related to Mr. C or his plans comes up, tends to be where you see woodsmen. And if you don't see them, because you see them a few times, you're like, well, there's plenty of times you don't see them. Guess what? Listen to the sound. You hear them. You hear the crackle in the soundtrack. Okay, that's woodsmen. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. They're always there. Anytime Mr. C or Mr. C related things come up, they're there. You hear the crackle. And a couple times you see them for a good, like, horror movie effect, right? And Mr. C, because he's the driver of attention, is driving us into the Hastings plot, because he shows up at the Hastings house, kills Mrs. Hastings, reveals by extension she was part of the conspiracy. Everything we're seeing with this case, as weird as it seems, because it seems like it's just like, oh, some teacher died and the principal is on the hook, like some ordinary Law and Order episode. No, it's full of Twin Peaks, creepy, like supernatural lore. Okay, so there you go. And it's just like killing Mrs. Hastings, another one for Bob, right? Now we get to Las Vegas, which is very important because Las Vegas is a big setting of the return. And what is Las Vegas? Las Vegas is the home of luck. A lot of people don't get good luck there, which is important too, but it's the idea of luck.
Unless you're Cooper.
Yeah.
Then you get plenty.
it's the home of luck, which means good fortune. So it's good, it's positive, good fortune, but it's also full of vice, and that's negative, right? So that's another positive, negative balance point. The first person we meet in Vegas is Mr. Duncan Todd, played by Patrick Fischler, who we talked about last week with Mulholland Drive, back again. And first thing he says to his assistant Roger is like, "Sir, why do you do these things?" Oh man, he gives right back to that Winky scene tone of like the fear. He's like, Roger, I hope you never have to know someone like him. Obviously, he's referring to Mr. C, so he's referring to that imbalance. Vegas, in theory, could represent a balance, but Vegas is run by Mr. C. So it's run by negativity. It's run by that idea of the Mr. C. He's all over Vegas. He's all over this world. He's everywhere. He's involved with everything. He's our attention. And what does he want? He wants Judy, we're going to learn. He's all about Judy. Mr. C, you could say, is not Mr. Cooper, but Mr. Closure, right? And he's a speeding bullet, a speeding train of bad intentions. He's the Blackfire. He's ripping through this whole show and everything around it. So, and what do we get to know about?
The bad version of us.
Yeah, it's the bad version of us.
Closed our eyes. Yeah.
Exactly. Because right, just like right. Maybe I didn't even make that point clear. So thank you for that, Dana. Because like when I talk about Cooper being our avatar, I mean Mr. C is our avatar as well. They're all Cooper. All Coopers are Cooper. We're gonna have to talk a lot about this towards the end, but like seriously, like all Coopers are Cooper. Do not get in your head, similar to the whole thing with Leland and all this other shit. Oh, Mr. C did that, so Cooper's no, they're all Cooper. I'm sorry to break your heart. Okay, Cooper's not a good dude. We're gonna talk about this because he's reflecting us, and we're not all good. Okay, so he's the speeding bullet of bad intentions. And what do we learn about Mr. C when he's talking to Ray in that diner right after the train speeds by? That's what I meant by the speeding train of bad intention. He's not worried about anything. He's got a plan. This is his show now. He doesn't need anything. He wants. And what does he want? He wants Judy. He wants fucking Judy, and he will not stop. And he wants, in order to want Judy and to get Judy, he wants to not go back into the room. He doesn't want the show to go back to Agent Cooper's show. He wants the show to be his show. He's like, right. I ain't going back in there. All right, I got a plan. Now we get back finally into Agent Cooper in the Red Room, right? And the way we get into that is very good. Again, showing us that everything is right where we left it, essentially. We see Hawk, under the Log Lady's guidance, back with this flashlight through the sycamores. We see the grove exactly where we left it, the puddle, everything. Curtains come up. He can't go in, though, even though he sees the curtains, presumably, or at least we see them. And it's that thing. It's been 25 years. That's why he's there. It's been 25 years. Something's supposed to happen. The stars turn and a time presents itself. That's the name of part 2, right? And the Log Lady says to Hawk, she goes, come to my place. I have coffee and pie. And Hawk's like, I gotta watch the grove. Like, maybe later. Now, I don't know if he ever went back, but from what we know about, Margaret's eventual passing, like, he probably never got that coffee and pie. He's too busy doing what? Searching for answers. Waiting for the room.
Trying to find what's missing.
Waiting to find what's missing. His attention is on all the wrong things. Back to the Red Room. Cooper himself is right where we left him, right where it started. That's why the first thing Mike says to him is it future or is it past? Is it the end of the pilot? Is it the end of season 2? Is it the return opening of season 3? They're all the same. It's the same fucking shot. You're in the same fucking place. I can't tell anymore, right? Which dream is this? What year is it? Someone is here, though. That's what Mike says. And who walks out? Laura, also right where I left her. Note, though, she's older now. She's 25 years older. Like, remember before, even though Cooper, quote, would have the age 25 makeup, Laura was exactly as she was, right? So it's interesting now. Now they've both aged. And we'll get back to this, but you got to think of the Red Room as a place outside of time. Everything is happening there at once. So every version of this scene that we've seen are happening simultaneously, and yet people have aged.
Thought, how surreal for Kyle MacLachlan, and actually for the entire cast, to actually go back after 25 years, and for Kyle MacLachlan to be like, I don't need that old age makeup today. I got this. Is like, that must just be insane as an actor. What a full circle feeling. that must
Well,
be.
I think you're 100% spot on. And I know for a fact, because I've watched the behind the scenes documentaries that show exactly what you're talking about. Literally, like this exact moment when filming it. And I highly recommend everyone, if you can get access to it via the Blu-ray or, you know, maybe some other way, watch these making of the return docs. There's so many Lynch moments. We're not even really going to talk about it today because, like, I could do a whole separate podcast just about Lynch during the shoot. It's like a Hearts of Darkness that hasn't been fully produced but is still there, where he's having his freakouts. Where he's like, we never get to go fucking dreamy anymore. All that shit is in there. But, like, to your point, also those truly beautiful moments where you have Cheryl Lee and Kyle MacLachlan and Lynch all together on the set, and they're like going through this and they're practicing the backwards talk, and they're doing it's really, really, really special. So yeah, I recommend that, and it was exactly like that. And I think that's again why it's in the show the way it is that it was that surreal feeling, that your word that you used, which is very apt, the quote surreal feeling of being back there. That's exactly what the scene itself is attempting to capture. That's what I mean when it's all happening at once. It's the same scene. It's the same. Now, there are some differences, and those are important. We're going to talk about it. So I'm going to tell you exactly what's said in the scene because it's really important. Laura goes, you can go out now. Do you recognize me? Cooper responds, are you Laura Palmer? Laura responds, I feel like I know her, but sometimes my arms bend back. Cooper responds, who are you? Laura responds, I am Laura Palmer. Cooper responds, but Laura Palmer is dead.
And then she says,
I am dead,
I'm dead.
yet I live. Then she opens her face, and a bright glow, a glow we should recognize by now as the glow that we see at the end of Fire Walk With Me, the glow of the TV screen, flashes onto Cooper's face from hers, opening her face. And that's the glow, the all-important glow I was talking about, the glow of the investigation, the light shining in the dark, right? We're going to get a mirror of this same thing, the same effect with the face opening with Sarah, and it's the opposite. It's fucking black within, just like we were told, right? Very disturbing scene. So this is that. Sarah and Judy, the opposites. Laura opens her face, all light. And remember that face, the 25 years older face, right? Now, Cooper, looking at this flashing light, is just kind of sitting there. He has nothing to say about it. Why? Because he's us. He's already seen it. He's like, yeah, I watched Twin Peaks. I already watched it. Well, I don't need to worry about this show anymore. I've already seen it. I want the new show. So all he can say to seeing this light is goes, when can I go? Like, when can I get on with my new show? Laura tells him again, just as she began, right? So what does she do? Like, what I'm talking about is she gets up off the chair, slowly walks over, leans in, and whispers in the ear. Now, as you know, this is how the whole fucking thing will end again. Whispers in the ear. What does she whisper? The same thing she's always whispered. The closure, the answer, the explanation. My father killed me. But what does Cooper react? Because when we saw this before in the original series, he actually smiles the very first time you see it. If you go back and watch the original dream sequence or the international pilot, he's like smiling when Laura whispers, and Laura does it in this very seductive kind of way. Now, Cooper is like slowly getting horrified, very curious that he's so horrified. But I mean, it's also kind of obvious for two reasons. One is the literal, because when I think she says it this time, she says a bit more than what we heard in that bullshit, I say almost non-canon, or I basically decide as headcanon and non-headcanon, episode 16, because I think David Lynch wrote it, or maybe could get past the censors, would have wrote more verbatim what they're really talking about. But let's just use our imaginations for now. Tells her what really was been going on with her. And Also, by its nature, because the disgust is not just that. We wish it was that. It should be that. But what it actually is, you mean, what do you do? The show's over? I need to get on with the show. So she's like kind of telling him the bad news. Hey, our show's over. He's like, all I want is the show. So I'm going to ignore you now. So when she gets up and moves back from whispering to Cooper, what happens? All of a sudden the world rumbles, the wind's kicking up. She floats up in the air and the loudest, most piercing scream ever, which we're going to hear a few more times, fucking erupts and she's ripped out. And Cooper's like looking up like, what the hell? But that's what he wished for. He's like, I want the show without you so I can have the show at all. So now the show will exist without her. What happens after she gets ripped out? All the curtains fly away. All you see is a black void, but for the white horse. And Cooper just like flies into it. And then boom, snap cut. Right back to the start of the scene with Mike there. Is it future or is it past? We've already seen this scene. But now when the scene progresses, no Laura's there. And because there's no Laura there, no Laura comes in. We are now in the Laura-less show, which frees Cooper to get up and walk out. And actually, but it's not really he can't walk out. Why? Because he's not in a neutral Laura-less show. We'll get back to that idea. He's in a show where his doppelganger's been out there running, taking all the attention. So there can only be one Cooper in terms of the reality or the dream or whatever. We'll have to get back to that part. But there can only be one Cooper at a time. One has to go in, one has to go out. Now, Mr. C has already figured out his way around this, but Cooper can't just walk out of the Red Room like he's supposed to be able to do. And he talks to the tree or the arm first, the electric tree, AKA the ruling god of TV, because Mike's the god of TV, but he doesn't really call the shots. He helps Cooper because he's like the god of TV that's good. But essentially, like the god of TV detached his bad self in a sense, or his more bad leaning self, the one that's more like friendly with Bob, but not necessarily bad. The little man, who's now the tree, he rules. He actually runs the show in the Red Room. He runs the show in the lodges. And so even Cooper's ability to go out is ultimately dictated entirely by him. So what does he tell us? He reminds you, hey, dude, doppelganger, don't forget, dude, doppelganger ran out of there. You can't just walk out. And this is because, like I said, you can only have one. There can only be one Cooper because there can only be one direction of the show, or allegedly there can only be one direction of the show. And the direction of the show right now is towards closure. So Cooper either has to be part of that narrative somehow, even while he's not taking it over, or he can't exist at all. And since right now he has no way of understanding or knowing, and we have no way of understanding or knowing how he can be part of that narrative without it. Like I said, Mr. C himself has already worked it out. What happens to him? He gets ambushed by the arms, the tree's doppelganger, because it's the doppelgangers that really call the shots now. It's not even the normal arm. And he gets banished to non-existence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Floating in the stars, spinning uncontrollably.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about non-existence now, what it means.
I mean, that was the worst version of Spaceship Mountain. Was it Magic Mountain? What's the one where it's like you're backwards?
Space Mountain.
So like imagine Space Mountain was a nightmare mountain. That's what I thought of with this.
Well, I think it was a nightmare album or nightmare ride for me, because it was like fucking I don't know, fucking roller coasters and shit really scare me. Like I get really scared. I'm like, oh shit, I don't like this. I don't like it. Yeah, so that's actually good. That's actually a good comparison. So before we get the full exploration of non-existence and Cooper's exit through it, just at the end of part 2, we return to Mr. C, where he wants all our attention, and he has that scene with Daria. And this is like kind of like the big sort of starting point exposition scene where he explains his goals. Explains his classic like TV killer guy. I'm going to tell you my evil plan or like lead to you my evil goals, essentially, before I kill you. He doesn't really explain his plan because this is David Lynch and there's no explanations of plans. But he basically explains that the mystery he's chasing is this thing on the car, the symbol, which we will come to learn is Judy. And the thing that's kind of controlling it, or like that he associates with it, is the same thing we associate with it, which is the only person who at this point has ever talked about Judy, even though he said he wasn't going to talk about her, which is Philip Jeffries, David Bowie's character in Fire Walk With Me. So right away, he's like, Philip Jeffries. He gets a weird phone call, and you'll notice the voice is not the Philip Jeffries voice we hear later. Now, David Bowie died before the return could be made, so none of it is his voice directly. There's basically a guy impersonating the sort of Southern accent he was doing in Fire Walk With Me, and doing a pretty good job, I think, as the voice of the real, quote, real Philip Jeffries. But in this scene in part 2, this is the only time this directly comes up. We get another voice that says it's Philip Jeffries, and Mr. C clearly is like, I don't know if you're Philip Jeffries. He's like, is this Philip? Is it really? So what is that voice? This is like one of the weirdest questions that I don't see a lot of people talking about or really explaining. And I'll tell you what it is. And it's really weird. This is the voice essentially of the machine, like the ghost in the machine. And we get the machine a few more times. So the machine is basically the circuitry of the modern TV apparatus, the modern storytelling, because what we later will get.
I definitely got vibes of Eraserhead God in the Machine.
Yes.
With all the levers,
God in the machine.
All the levers and the copper,
lever,
gold pipes.
Yeah. So right, because we get a few different machines, and there's like they kind of all work the same way and represent similar things, but there's this kind of some distinctions. So that's what I mean. Like, so the true Philip Jeffries is basically in the giant, I'll tell you what it is right now, percolator. The giant percolator.
Oh my
and
God, really?
He's the fish in the percolator.
He's the fish in the percolator.
Yes. Remember what fish are, catching the big fish, the ideas in the percolator. So, and what is that? We'll talk more about this, trust me, but the percolator, what is it to self? Like in specific Jefferson, he is the plot machine, the plot device. And so that's why he has control over the owl symbol, which we talked about when we talked about the ring as kind of a plot device. He's all that. That's why he can essentially function as a time travel time machine, because everything within that plot, everything within that owl symbol, aka the infinity symbol, he has control over, access to. But in the context of Mr. C's world, Jeffrey's power has essentially been replaced, not by Jeffrey's doppelganger. That's not quite accurate, because what's confusing about the return is you have doppelgangers, you have tulpas, and then you have things that aren't technically doppelgangers or tulpas, but this is one of them. So there's a modern machine. We see it in Argentina. It's like a little weird black box, right? That thing, and it evaporates. That thing is the Jeffrey's voice we're hearing when Mr. C is talking to it. It's like the voice in the machine, the ghost in the machine that is representative of like this voice of the modern TV. So that's why he says, I'm ready to be with Bob again. Because it's like the TV's like, it's like, okay, Twin Peaks comes back on the air. It's like other TV's been with Bob, and they're like, hey, Mr. C, we want Bob. We've been with Bob. You don't get Bob. And we are in control of you, because in order to be on modern TV, you have to essentially resemble us. And Mr. C's like, whatever, this conversation's over, because guess what, bitch? I'm out looking for Judy. And once I have Judy, I've won the game. So we also get at this scene to meet Chantel, played by Jennifer Jason Leigh. And Chantel lays it on really thick with what I mean about this world of truck drivers, the world of Mr. C, right? And all the people associated with Mr. C and his world and who work for him. Chantel is a junk food addict who is just the most violent in a casual, fun-like way possible. Like all our conversations with Hutch later are like, yeah, but I didn't get to torture him. It's like, yeah, you didn't get to torture him. That sucks. Next time we got to make sure we take time to torture him. Like they're always talking about killing and torturing. They only eat junk food. Like when they're not talking about killing or junk food, they're either talking about or when they're not talking about killing, they're either talking about junk food and their need to get it, like next stop Wendy's, or they're talking about basically the boring, banal like shit, but making it sound like it's like stuff to complain about. Cause like Chantel goes up there's like, America's a whole nation of fucking killers. Like basically the type, they're almost like echoing the type of stuff you'd hear on like internet commentary boards. It's not that fleshed out. It's probably like one of the weaker aspects of like the metaphor, if you will, but it's there. It's clearly, I think that's what's clearly meant to do. But the junk food stuff and the Wendy's stuff is like expert. Like I laugh in the worst way every time when Tim Roth literally shoots a guy in front of his child and goes, next stop Wendy's. Like it's like if it wasn't clear what David Lynch is talking about with the Garmonbosia and the hospital food and the junk food, it's like, there you go. Right. So, and they're actually, I love the part towards the end in part 16 where the hospital food gets a little callback and it's like, don't eat the hospital food. There's to remind you, no hospital food, no cream corn. I said no cream corn. So finally, let's talk about Cooper's exit, because he falls into this non-existence thing, right? And you'll notice when the arm is talking to Cooper before he's able to go out, he specifically says 253 time and time again. We'll later learn that 253 adds to 10, and 10 is the number of completion, meaning 10, the number of completion, is the moment of closure. So anything related to 10 is a moment either on the path to closure or closure itself. And closure, when he says time and time again, what does he mean? Closure has come again and again, but we ignore it. So Cooper ignores it. He still seeks it. He won't accept that Twin Peaks ended once, Twin Peaks ended twice, Twin Peaks ended 3 times, thrice upon a time before this. And you just, you're like, I want more. I need to know who Judy is. So he leaves the Red Room to find it. And you'll also notice before that whole doppelganger drops down to non-existence, who does he pass by in the room? Leland. The only time you see Leland in the whole fucking return, and I love Leland and Ray Wise, so I wish they were in it more, but I think it's very purposeful here. You only see it once, and it's the same scene both times. You see it repeated at the end and here. He just sits there, look with a very sort of sad look, like he's in that sort of, you know, we talked about the Red Room as a kind of purgatory, right? He's permanently stuck in this kind of purgatory, and he's just like, find Laura, right? Because his pain is still lingering right there. It's exactly like everything else. It's exactly where we left it. But what does Cooper do? He just walks past him. It's like, okay, never mind. Gotcha. Heard you. I don't care. Because Cooper doesn't have time for that. It's like essentially like, you know, like with us or David Lynch's perception of us, it's like, we don't necessarily have time to worry about like the more firewalking. We just get on with it, please. So find out, like I said, there's no way out because the doppelganger, and we drop down to non-existence, right? Now, what is non-existence? This is where I have to kind of get it. And I won't want to try to belabor this too much because it's like, you just kind of have to explain it and then just accept it. So, but there's a lot of things going on here. You know how David Lynch is big on meditation, right?
Okay.
So the meditation, and specifically the transcendental meditation that he follows, has this idea called the unified field. And there's like videos of David Lynch like talking about this. So he clearly like
universal consciousness.
Yes. Thank you. You know, sounds like you know a little about this.
I know a little bit.
Yeah. And it's specifically this idea that like at that level of universal consciousness is also like the lowest form of subatomic particles, or like, you know, even below subatomic particle, right? Like
electricity, even
like basic. Well, yes. The things that generate electricity. Yes. But also just like, even
well,
like,
you know how you can generate electricity yourself is by stealing. And I always thought this was super funny, but so electrons are typically either strongly or weakly bonded to whatever they're on, depending on whatever they're made of. But if you rub on something with a weakly bonded electrons, you steal them. That's how you can move your feet fast across the carpet and go shock your sister by touching her, because you stole electrons. You were stealing on a subatomic level, stealing from the carpet.
Well, Dana,
Taking.
this is very good that you know this stuff. It's going to make explaining the rest of this actually a lot simpler. But I will just say now, without getting too into it yet, but are you familiar with the concept of grounding?
Where you walk without feet or without shoes, just your bare feet on the ground so you can get the electromagnetic field of the earth onto your body. That?
Yes. Well, that's
Yes.
a version of it. There's other sort of versions of it.
Yes,
as well,
I've done it. It's very uncomfortable. I'm like, oh yeah, this is why we have shoes. The
what have I
ground
told
sucks.
you? And remember how I said everything comes back to Ronnie Rocket and AC and alternating current electricity.
Mm-hmm.
I said the whole thing is about that. The whole thing is about grounding. The whole thing is about the return path, how AC electricity works. Okay, well, this is a little tease for where we go because we have to explain this part first to even get there. So
alternating currents versus direct currents.
Yes. So the unified field, that's what David Lynch is equating to non-existence. How do we know this? Because when Cooper falls into, quote, non-existence, he ends up in a purple area, like a castle, but the castle overlooks a purple ocean. It's the only thing on this purple ocean.
The purple ocean, that tower, is it a tower? Would you say?
I call it the castle, but you can call it a castle, tower, palace.
It's like sleek. It's like
yes,
sleek though. It's like sleek metal
dome.
Dome.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We'll talk about that shape in a minute, but the purple ocean is what I'm drawing your attention to, because David Lynch, if you go back, and Twin Pervert was the one who dug this up, but like, if you go back, David Lynch has this video where he talks about this ocean, the vast purple ocean. So in other words, that's the unified field. So non-existence, zero, returning to zero.
Well, the way I saw it too was the color, because he tends to do, and we talked about this in Mulholland Drive, red and blue for characters, and you put them together and they are neutralized by being purple. And it's a calm. You have the tranquility. There's no longer an exchange of forces or a negative net force or positive
that
forces.
That was so beautiful. That was perfect. They'd get an A+ on that one.
A+ for me.
Yes. No, that's exactly everything you just said. Exactly right. Yes. And yeah, I'm playing a lot with that red and blue stuff here because he plays with it for the exact reason. You're right. Purple's also color associated with tranquility, deepest level of meditation. And the idea is when David Lynch talks about the ideas, the fish, catching the fish, he talks about you need to go down to that level of meditation, that non-existence, to expand the container. A container like what? A pot, a coffee pot. This is why the palace is a giant coffee pot, a giant kettle, if you will. And that's where all the ideas go into. And that's why the fireman lives in there, because he is the master of the ideas. He is the good ideas, the David Lynch ideas, the filmmaker's ideas coming up through the purple ocean into the percolating machines, and then get out that beautiful fuel of coffee and project it onto the screen. We're going to get into all that too. But what is this idea when I say about return? I keep using the return. The thing is literally called Twin Peaks: The Return. That's the accurate title, by the way. It's also known as the Limited Event Series, Season 3, just Twin Peaks 2017. But the title that is the title, as far as I'm concerned, is the Twin Peaks: The Return, because that's what this is. This is the return journey back to non-existence, back to zero. This is how alternating current electricity works, okay? But in order to make the return path, what is the return path? There's the positive path, and then there's the negative path. The negative path is obviously subject to what? The most negative force, an extremely negative force. That's what Gordon tells us at the end as our answer to what is Judy. Judy is that negative force. Judy is the worst negativity. The worst negativity is the averting of the eyes. It's looking away, letting the darkness within, right where it's always been, right? It's inside us. And nothing represents the darkness within from the averting of the eyes more than Sarah Palmer, which is why Sarah Palmer has become the human vessel, embodiment, symbol, actor, all the above for Judy. So and this is the other thing I said, Judy has many forms. It's not just Sarah. Sarah is not only the vessel and embodiment of Judy. Sarah's house, the Palmer house itself, is Judy. Is the embodiment of Judy. It is where
the negative energy, right?
It's where everything ends. It's where it all was. That's why I keep going back to this. It is in our house now. Judy is in our house now. Judy is our house now. It's where we live. We live in this Judy world. Judy is us. Judy is Sarah. Now, when we get to this idea of Sarah, and this is also what gets us back to Sam and Tracy, what I was talking about there. What is the first thing we see Sarah do in the return? She's sitting, watching her TV, chain smoking cigarettes, drinking herself to death, drinking and smoking herself to death, but she keeps going, curled up, watching animals bite and gnaw at each other, bloody. That's what it is. And remember that line in Fire Walk With Me, animal life. It's mindless violence and gore for no purpose, just shallow, unfulfilling entertainment, eating junk food and smoking. It's the smoke of black fire and negativity. It's the unbalanced intentions. It's the ceiling fan. It's the thing rotting in our air, the thing in the air, rotting away our brains, leaving us disoriented, isolated, lonely, zombie-like. Because that's what Sarah Palmer really comes across as in a lot of this return stuff. Like,
absolutely.
Like The Walking Dead. Like she is just, and we'll see it later. We're going to talk about how we see her later. And it's like everything about her story is just deeply, you might expect, disturbing and unsettling, because I'm talking in all these abstractions, I'm talking in all these metaphors, I'm talking in all this supernatural lore. But what it comes down to is this is a very real, very human thing that we see in Sarah. And I should say what we don't want to see in Sarah, because all the people around Sarah in this town, there's a reason Sarah's isolated alone. It's not just self-exile. She is ignored by everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we ignore a lot of Sarahs in this world. So the way that first half, this whole pilot, this first two parts ends, this is our first visit there. We finally go to the Roadhouse. And this is where we get our sense of like what the Roadhouse be, though this is almost like the anti-sense, because the end of part 1 and 2, with the song choice and the specific vibe, it's like, oh, wow, we're back in it. Like this is Twin Peaks again, but it's modern. It's like, this is what I've been waiting for. I mean, look, I'll say it fucking hit me hard when this scene aired. So you get in, the beat starts building for Shadow by the Chromatics, which we're going to talk about in a second. We see it. All our friends are here. We've been waiting. Oh, look, there's Shelly. There's James. Oh, cool. Literally, Shelly said, James is cool. He's still cool.
He's always been cool.
Which I think I knew right then. I'll just say this made me giddy at the time, but I knew right then. David Lynch is insistent on this James trolling, and we're gonna get Just You again, and of course we did.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's more vegetables.
I love the best part about the Just You scene is fucking Donna and Maddie stand-ins.
Yeah.
Which means in the context of the Twin Peaks world, James hired 2 like brunette teenage girls to like croon with him.
Yep.
Which is really creepy because he's
which is worse. I mean, I hope they were hired and he didn't just know them.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I know a bunch of 15-year-old girls.
Look, I love James, and I again, David Lynch seems to think James is still cool, or Shelley does. But as we learned, Shelley has really bad judgment, or as we've always known, I should say, Shelley has really bad judgment. So keep that in mind. And the idea that James is behaving sus because he behaves sus throughout this whole thing, and it's kind of, I mean, she kind of adjusts that. Oh no, he just had an accident. Like that's why he's weird. I'm like, I don't know, man. OG James is maybe not sus in the same way, but it's definitely kind of a weird dude. I think also, by the way, some people have pointed out the idea that James's accident is kind of like a reference to like David Lynch's thoughts on that James story from season 2, the whole Evelyn stuff, like all that stuff. We talked about that. Bad joke on that. Okay, but now let's get to the real point of this scene, which is the song. Now I'm a huge capital H, huge fan. I wasn't even before this, but after it just a whole different level. Fan of Chromatics and their music, and Johnny Jewel and the whole Italians Do It Better kind of music label, which if you're not familiar with it or didn't like that type of stuff, if you like the song, I mean, listen to all their stuff. Seriously, it's really great. It's certainly a vibe. It's a vibe that I heavy, not just as someone who's into Lynch, but someone who likes Nicholas Winding Refn movies and all sorts of stuff. It's very cinematic. That's why it's called Italians Do It Better. I think it's just because it's like a reference to Italian horror film and that, Giallo films and all that stuff. But yeah, a huge fan, shout out to them. But the song specifically Shadow, and this gets a trend where the songs in a lot of cases were either in some ways written, they're all released kind of on their own as original singles or album cuts from these bands. It seems like David Lynch was pretty involved to some extent, or certainly involved in choosing the right ones, but also it's certainly, I think, in the case of Chromatics and this song and just a lot of the other work they did, what Johnny Jewel did to like create music for The Return almost explicitly, which is what that Windswept record is. It's interesting to think like what his intention was. And I think it comes out in the lyrics of the song, which are, if you're listening to this, you probably saw the intro I cut together, which puts this right out in blast with the direct visual references. But the end of this song, it's kind of like both, it's a statement on the whole series. So give us the whole kind of foreshadowing in that sense. It's also a direct description and therefore foreshadowing of exactly how it ends. It tells you right away, right at the gate. At night, I'm driving in your car, pretending that we'll leave this town. We're watching all the streetlights fade, and now you're just a stranger's dream. I took your picture from the frame, and now you're nothing like you seem. Your shadow fell like last night's rain. That's what happens. So we'll get there. But yeah, let's get back to the Purple Ocean now, because I want to because we got a lot there. This is probably when I remembered that quote beforehand of the Purple Ocean, or sorry, that's what I'm talking about. When I remember that quote, the beforehand about the pure heroin version of David Lynch, this is kind of what I meant. This is what I meant, because the way part 3 opens, like the whole first 30, 40 minutes of it is like crazy with all the stuttering and the just like, it's just like seemed like you're in this incomprehensible experimental film. You have the character of Nato,
little time jolts or like the camera movements too.
The sound just like it's going crazy. All these electro sounds, the banging, which is so loud on my sound mix. Oh my God. In the unified field, we're in the fireman's castle. We don't really know any of that yet when we're watching part 2 the first time, but we're seeing this character, Nato, who I'm going to point out, we do learn at the end who Nato is. Nato is the real Diane, just obscured from us, right? So this is where I have to mention, you notice what Nato's wearing. She's wearing a red velvet dress. It kind of looks purplish with the purple tint to the scene, but it's red.
Yeah, I thought it looked purplish too for a bit.
But when you see it when the tint goes away, it's clearly red, right?
Mm-hmm.
So red velvet dress, like red curtains. When we later meet the real Diane, like you see, she's wearing, her hair's red, her fingernails are black and white, her outfits are red, black, or white,
or pink.
Well, the pink robe was because that's what's her name? Oh my God, Lucy's robe. Remember, she gives Nato the robe.
That's right.
So it's not actually her clothes. All her actual clothes are red or black or white because she is red room coated. Why is she red room coated? Like, what's up with that? Well, and I'm going to have a lot more opportunity to dive into exactly what I mean by this and why, but I'm just saying this for now so you take the leap so we can talk about the Nato scene accurately. Diane is the human embodiment of Twin Peaks itself. The entire show is human representation is Diane. That's why she has the relationship to Cooper she has. She is like, if you think about it, like Cooper, and especially in the context of the first, the original series, he's talking to Diane. He's kind of narrating the show to Diane. So in other words, Diane is what like you can look at it as what he's narrating too, but Diane is also the stenographer of what he's narrating. Like there's even a book that came out back in the old days called Agent Cooper, My Tapes, My Life. Some of that stuff in that book I feel like has been retconned, so it's not exactly canon. But the whole point was that this was just like all of it was him talking about Diane and to Diane. So it's the idea that Cooper and Diane, if Cooper's us, Diane's the show. So Cooper's relationship to Diane is the relationship between us and the show. And what happens to Diane is related to what happens to the show from our perspective / how we impact the show, which is increasingly negative. But let's focus on this scene where it's Agent Cooper still. Yes, he's been put down to non-existence, but he's the good Agent Cooper, right? Good Coop Classic. There's all sorts of nicknames.
Coop Classic.
Yeah, I didn't use Coop Classic ever before, and I'm realizing that's the best name for him.
That's the best name.
Coop Classic. I'll just call him Coop Classic from now on. That's now it. That's perfect. I can't believe I'm glad I thought of that. Thank you for helping with that. That's so much easier because I kept coding him as Agent Cooper, which is just not as satisfying to say, and it's more mouth. Coop Classic. Okay, so Coop Classic is talking to real Diane, but her form is hidden, so she's NATO. Her eyes are scratched out. She can't see. She can't speak clearly. She can only make like kind of. It's almost like she's doing dolphin echolocation. You might say the sounds are kind of like electric, like Morse code. There's all sorts of connections and parallels you can draw. I'm actually not sure which one I like the best, but it's kind of beside the point. Point is, she can't communicate effectively other than through gesture. And like when we talk about the stuttering effect, why is it stuttering? It's like a light switch, AC, electric current, all on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. The circuit is going crazy. Why is the circuit going crazy? Well, because Judy is trying to get in. Judy is trying to get in because she's fine with the Mr. C show, because the Mr. C show is going to move towards her and towards closure. She's worried that the Cooper show might be more like OG, the classic Coop show might be more like classic Twin Peaks, which means classic Diane will come back, which means it's not my world the same way. Now, we'll later find out that classic Coop is very much interested in Judy, but it seems like Judy doesn't realize that yet. Or more, I think maybe more to the point, Judy doesn't have the ability to recognize. Oh, no, that's too galaxy brain. Let's give it back down. I'll just say that the electricity is going crazy. Judy's trying to get in. She keeps banging on the door. How is NATO going to solve this problem? Because she's the one who understands what's going on. What's happening is Judy is trying to essentially get Cooper to exit the outlet. And what is the outlet's number? 15.
But then it changes. Doesn't it change? Isn't it 15 and then it's 3?
Exactly.
Is it?
So,
okay.
What episode?
I got frustrated because I tried to rewind. I was like, did it always say 3? And I tried to rewind and I couldn't find the spot and I got frustrated. So I was like, I'll just leave it where I know I'm at.
So we'll later find out, or we should already know if we're super hyper fans, the Cooper's room at the Great Northern back on the original show is room 315, right? So 3 and 15. So that's true. And that becomes very important. That key is very important, but can be a little bit of a red herring here. The 3 and the 15 are much more simple than that. He's seeing 15 as in part 15, exit into part 15. Because remember, we're in non-existence. Time is not a thing here. This is where Jeffries runs. This is where all the things. Anytime we're in that world, time is not a thing. You can exit at any time. There's no time. So
it's kind of a portal too.
Yeah. 15 is part 15. Like jump to part 15, come back full Coop, and get to closure much quicker. NATO doesn't agree with Judy about that at all. NATO's like, no. You need to not rush that. That's a route to disaster. That'll just fry your circuit. So this is the thing to keep in mind when we're talking electricity. Judy wants the return path to happen, but sorry, something weird just happened on my computer. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear my
I don't
cat?
know
Or
what.
no?
No, I can't. But I don't know what
Okay,
just
good.
happened. Something weird just flashed on my screen. That was like surreal and creepy. Judy,
A surge of electricity,
yeah,
perhaps?
like literally when I saw it, that's why it was creeping me out. So literally, Judy wants, hey, get to me, get to closure quicker, even if it will fucking fry your brain to death, right? NATO's like, well, one, I'm Diane, so I love you, Cooper, so I don't want your brain to fly to death, but also the return path that you're actually seeking, which still ends in Judy, you'll still get to part 15, requires you to do something else first, requires you to go to part 3, which, as we'll know, is the path to Dougie. But we'll wait on Dougie. And weirdly enough, Mr. C is planning for Dougie. So this is the thing that's going to keep coming up. Everybody who's apparently working against each other is actually doing things to help each other. Because the truth is they all have the same end goal. Everyone's trying to get to Judy. It's just a matter of how. And even the hows is like built into the whole machinery. So we're going to talk about it when we talk about Briggs's plan, Gordon's plan, Cooper's plan, fucking Mr. C's plan. They're all working allegedly at cross purposes, but they actually aren't really. They're all actually in favor of the same thing. So in other words, NATO is like, okay, we have to stop this. How are we going to stop this? I have to hit the circuit breaker. So she climbs up and out, hits the circuit breaker. But notice how she looks at Cooper right before she does it, because she knows that when she hits the circuit breaker, that will reset the room to 3, which means she's not there in 3. He reappears in part 15. So she got to get ejected. The surge is going to eject her out into space. But as we find out later in part 15, she has landed in outside Jackrabbit's palace. So she's there, right? So anyway, she hits the breaker. Boom, she flies off and out. Cooper doesn't know what's happening yet. So he's like, what the fuck? She flies out, but the banging allegedly stops. The weird flashing and the purple tint leave. And this is another thing to get kind of make like clear about the symbology there. The reason when we talked about the purple, right, and the purple on the inside and the purple disappearing when the lever's pulled, is because that purple represents the balance, like you said, the red and blue, the both sides. Part 15, because the return essentially has happened already, the electric circuit has come back in, it's balanced because there's something about returning, right? Taking from the end result to the positive path back around to the negative that's inherently a full circle, a balancing point. So in other words,
and
by
that
undoing
goes back
that
to electricity, positive and negative charges can't be polarized for long. They end up balancing back to neutral.
This is exactly. No, that's exactly it. So we haven't even gotten to like the return of the return and the dreams within the dreams, but like just to say that by pulling the lever and resetting it back to outlet 3, she's essentially unbalancing it. Now she's doing the right thing, but she has to unbalance it so the balancing can happen at all is kind of what I'm getting at. So she fucking pulls that thing, she disappears. That's when Briggs's head flies through, which we'll later learn is because Briggs literally head floated off his body and into the zone to give Cooper the message of the blue rose. Now, we almost immediately see what the blue rose is about, because when Cooper goes back down into the room where he just came, now with the purple tint gone, now with the stuttering gone, right? Now with the banging gone, he finds right away the outlet number 3. So that's part 3. He finds the blue rose on the table, and then he sees he sees a person there. This person is what I really want to talk about here. The person is played by Phoebe Augustine, who you would recognize as, even though she's older now, 25 years older, Ronette Pulaski.
Yes.
Did you catch that? Yeah. So
yes.
You also might know, if you read the credits at the end of the episode, she's not credited as Ronette Pulaski. She's credited as American Girl. Now, before I get into what all that means, let's talk about what happens. So she's like, doing the badge, you can go out now, doing that thing. And she's like, you better hurry before my mother gets here.
Right.
And then the banging starts again. It's slower than the banging but before, but the banging starts again. So
but she's like, hurry up and go through the socket
before my mother gets here. So in other words,
the shoes
Judy is trying to get back in. So
very
we know,
much because his shoes can't go through.
What if I told you the shoes is also super important? So we're gonna get.
Is it because he's going through an electric socket and the shoes have rubber soles and electricity can't penetrate rubber?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes, but there's no. I'm not messing with you. But that's only half the equation there because there's you already said it. You don't even know you said it. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. This is I think it's gonna blow your mind when I say this, but. Okay, so Ronette Pulaski, I'm just going to call her Ronette for a second. She's like, hey, my mother's going to get in. And we also are now cross-cutting with Mr. C on the road, driving down the road. His little like car, like lighter outlet thing is like, because he knows he's been planning for this. He knows he's about to be pulled back in. That's what's supposed to happen. He's supposed to be pulled back in. Cooper's supposed to come back. But he's like, no. And what's happening? Why is he like getting sick and queasy? Because if real Cooper comes back and he goes back to the Red Room, his garmonbosia, all his pain and sorrow, all his attention will be lost. So the garmonbosia is actually trying to get out of his body. So it's trying to like upset his stomach and rumble out and vomit. And we see finally at the end of the scene, even as he's able to stay in, it still erupts out of him. He's kind of like keeping it in. He's holding it up to his mouth, but it's like, because now that there's another Cooper.
And it sort of looks like oil and bile and blood. It's not just mixed together.
It's perfect because it's right. It's not just pure cream corn. It's cream corn mixed with black oil, which gives my point about what I'm saying.
But I also remember seeing a really bright color, like a bright green or like a yellowish.
I think it's
just
the
of like bile.
Of the colors. I think that's just the effect of those two things mixing a little bit.
Oh, I definitely thought it was like, you know how, I mean, this is really gross, but anybody who has been extremely hungover and like you throw up everything that you've got and all that's left is bile. And I thought that was a nod to like, there's nothing left in this body. Everything is coming up.
Well, in part like 12 or is it part 10? I don't remember. One of those ones.
13,
Bobby,
I can't remember.
Yeah, 13. There's the scene where the little kid is like vomiting green, nasty shit out of her mouth. So yeah, that's that there is that in the show, and it is meant to represent the sickness in the air, as we're going to talk about, the rotten eggs, all that stuff. But just garmonbosia, as we talked about it on the original episode, I described it as obviously cream corn, but also black engine oil. Remember, they keep saying, it smelled like engine oil. So again, Bob, that we associate that with Bob. He's vomiting that away because there's another Cooper now. So he can't contain the same amount of garmonbosia as he used to. But he's trying to keep, at least he's able to keep some of it in, right? That's why he checks the mirror when he gets to prison, is like, you're still with me, in reference to Bob. Good. So he's like rumbling and vomiting. He's trying to keep it in. He knows he has Dougie out there because that's the thing. Mr. C created Dougie for this person. That's when we finally meet Dougie. We finally see this guy. But just getting back to the girl, the Ronette Pulaski, the American girl, right? So she's warning about her mother, who her mother's clearly Judy, because it's the same banging. It's the same experiment. I think we even see a flash of that. So why is this? What does this all mean? What does American Girl mean? Why is the mother, Judy, the mother? What's going on? Well, it's substitution, but it's substitution with a very particular intention. So the American Girl, in the context of Twin Peaks, should be Laura Palmer. That's the American Girl. And if you understand Twin Peaks, the Twin Peaks we know. Laura's mother is Sarah, and that's the human form of Judy. So Judy is her mother. But since this is the return, and Twin Peaks is the return is Twin Peaks without Laura, Laura can't be there. It's a paradox. So someone has to be there, and it's to be the American Girl. In this case, it's Ronette Pulaski, because Ronette Pulaski, in the context of the original Twin Peaks, is the other American Girl. She's the other victim of Bob.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. So also, lastly, because this is something we're going to talk a lot about, she's the other little girl who lived down the lane, which draws attention to the meaning of both other and American Girl. Now, this is really, really important. It's something I really want to make sure is highlighted because I think it tells you so much on a very specific little point, just what Ronette Pulaski, the use of her name, right? So we discussed this when we talked about the pilot and then in a little bit in Fire Walk with Me, right? Why Laura and not Ronette? Like, why is Laura the one who puts on the ring? Why is Ronette the one spared? Why all these things? Why? Because there's got to be intention. You have them both, you're begging the question, which also begs the question, I think, who is Ronette? And we addressed this before, but I said even then, I'm like, we'll talk about more of this return because I knew we were going to get to this moment. So Ronette and her family, as we see in the pilot, they're a working class family. And they're representative by that nature, just by numbers, they're representative of most Americans, really. And what most Americans would actually experience or associated with their reality. But the dominant narratives in America, the dominant narratives of our commercial and capitalist culture, right? The thing in the air means Americans don't base their perceptions on their reality. They base their perceptions on advertising and TV and advertising, which go hand in hand. So the reason why not Ronette and why Laura has everything to do with those differences between the Palmer family and the Pulaski family. So who are the Palmer family? The Palmer family, again, on the surface, when you just see the pilot, before you know all the horrible shit you're going to learn, what is the perception you get right away from the Palmer family and what you like, the clear casting, the representation? The Palmers on the surface are exactly what people in America through the capitalist mechanisms of advertising and television production expect to see, right? They are the white upper middle class suburban ideal family. They are what we're told we should be, how we should look, how we should act. They're polite, they're educated, they're well-to-do, they're respected, right? The Pulaskis are the opposite, and that's a lot of sense. The Pulaskis are what most Americans, by that nature and that exclusion, are conditioned to ignore, to avert their eyes from, to cover up, to kind of sneer at, to look down upon, to outright hold in contempt in some ways, right? Now, the Pulaskis may be a white family, and we know that, like, you know, people of color bear this typically a lot worse, but it's still a matter. There is still an othering, even just beyond the class distinction. Like the fact that their last name is Pulaski kind of gives it away. They're, you know, Polish, they're like Slavic people, which in a more kind of because nowadays, like, white is the meaning of white is always expanding, right? But at a certain point, even like Irish people or anyone who's Catholic or anyone who was this or that wouldn't even be considered white in America, right? So there's always this sense of like an exclusionary kind of thing. And so Slavs or people of like Polish background or Eastern European background are kind of excluded from that. So it's right in the name. And we obviously see in the pilot, they are Ronette's father, but I wouldn't be surprised if her mother, because the way her mother dresses and looks seems like she might be a working person. Like they might be a 2-family working household. The father works for the Packards at the sawmill, the factory worker. In other words, and I hate this term, but that's why I'm going to use it. The Pulaskis represent white trash, the opposite of what the Palmer family represent. So the angel of mercy that comes for Ronette in the train car, as opposed to the angel of mercy that Laura eventually gets when her angel comes back to her, are serving opposite ends, but are both still angels of mercy. I explained this on the Fire Walk Me, discussion, but I'm going to reiterate it with a little bit more context to what we just talked about. Like her death, Ronette dying would not serve the same purpose Laura dying would, because of those distinctions we just said.
Because of what you said, right? The entire town being affected and
right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair to say, and we're going to talk a lot more about this because you really do see this in the return, and it's very important. Like, if like the town of Twin Peaks is a very loving environment that is dominantly working class citizens, and they're in the Twin Peaks dream and they have all those qualities. That's what you see at the Double R. That's what you see across the board here. So in theory, in Twin Peaks, within that dream of Twin Peaks, it wouldn't be like that. Ronette would be valued, but Twin Peaks is a show not made for Twin Peaks. It's a show made for our reality and on our TV with our sicknesses in the air. So in other words, it's aware of the fact that Ronette, if she died, she would be made faceless. Just another statistic, right? The exact opposite of what Laura was and what Laura needed to be. So because of that, because Twin Peaks is a show made for the TV audience of George H.W. Bush's 1989 American culture, she can't be Ronette. She has to be Laura. She has to be the advertised, blonde, all-American, Protestant, fucking well-to-do upper middle class perfection person, not Ronette Pulaski, and certainly not anybody of color. And to put the David Lynch button on that, that's a sickness. That's a really sick thing. So that's absolutely the idea. That's the idea there. So when you see Ronette there and you get that idea of this is what it's really getting at the heart of, like, it's not just the simple idea of averting our eyes, right? And we talk about Sarah, right? It's what we're averting our eyes from, right? What are we averting our eyes? Now, we've already talked extensively on the previous episode about what Sarah's averting her eyes from, but what we weren't able to talk about that we're going to get a lot into as this conversation continues is why Sarah is the way she is, but more importantly, what becomes of Sarah because of the way she is, and what becomes of us when we are Sarah, and what becomes of us when we see the Sarahs of the world, right? These are all kind of interrelated topics. To bring it back now, because this is a hard tunnel pivot, which I don't know why I set this up, but it's the way it goes. Now we meet Dougie, which if I had to do a little sound drop, maybe I will add it. You got to play Teach Me How to Dougie. I don't know if that's where I almost literally wonder if that's where David Lynch came up with the name. Because I don't know. I have no backing on that. Come on,
really? I mean,
I don't know. I have no proof of that, but like a part of me wants to believe that because I just think of Dougie as like this kind of like.
Was it out in 2014? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was out before that. I think. That's like an early 2010 song. I think it's but anyway, so the first Dougie we meet is the real Dougie, aka the toll booth, right? He has the ring, which immediately tells us he exists for the plot. And we learn when he eventually goes back to the Red Room, is someone manufactured you for a particular purpose, but now that's been fulfilled. You know, like you were introduced just to shuffle you off. You exist solely for a particular purpose, right? And when that happens, the ring falls off as his hand like kind of like zipper appears, and then his rotten egg head explodes, and which is obviously repeated later with the Diane tulpa. But what emerges is a little tiny golden seed, right? What's a golden seed in David Lynch's world? An idea. He started out with just an idea. And from an idea, he became a whole person. Right? Like, that's an idea. So he goes back to the little golden seed and then is stored, right? And obviously the seed comes back at the end. And you'll notice right before he goes to the Red Room, where I talked about Mr. C's vomiting, Dougie also vomits before he's ripped away to the Red Room, right?
Yes.
But notice when his vomit is just like this tiny little like drop
flesh ball. It's like a hairball.
It's like a hairball. Yeah. That's a perfect description. It's like a hairball. So in other words, to use the point I was saying about Garmonbozia and Mr. C, Mr. C has a ton of Garmonbozia, and when Cooper comes back and it's like he loses life. Dougie, because he's only been on the show for like a minute, and whatever his sins are probably just like, yeah, I cheat on my wife. Like, like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just a tiny little ball of Garmonbozia. Yeah, so his little fur ball of Garmonbozia that he's ripped away, and that's it. And what is he replaced with? Cooper Dougie. Now, you had it so right. Everything you need to know about Cooper Dougie, or I'm just going to call him Dougie from now on, right? Everything you need to know about Dougie is right in what you said with the shoes. There's a reason his shoes don't go out. It's because they have rubber soles. No shoes, no soul.
Oh my gosh. Stop.
Yes. Dougie is a soulless vessel because he has no shoe soles. they can't travel with you out the outlet because they're insulated. They're made of rubber. So his soul, so that's why Cooper comes back with no soul, because he had no soul, he's no shoes. That's the first thing. That's
incredible.
Dougie, where are your shoes? Yes, I told you, man. It's wild, right? Where are your soul? Where are your shoes? Where's your soul?
Wow.
Now, but we've established Dougie has no soul, but like, he's not just a soulless vessel. Being a soulless vessel kind of enables him to be something else, which is, you mentioned vehicles, a vehicle of intention. And as time goes on, and as this vehicle of attention travels and the attention becomes more and more clear, the intention translates into attention. And all of a sudden, Dougie becomes a very important character to us. We have to test our patience, but it'll happen. Now when I watch it, I'm like, I love Dougie. I love Dougie right away. I'll say that. I mean, I was like, where's this going? Of course. But I was like, I loved it. I was like, immediately like, Jade give 2 rides. I was in love right day one. But what does Dougie represent? Dougie represents empathy, warmth, and most importantly, and this is why he's in Vegas, good luck and good fate, good fortune, right? So he's the luckiest man in the world, essentially, is the whole concept. He has no soul. He can't talk. He can only repeat people and like do very simple, even simple physical actions like walking, like require a push for him. But he has the magic of good luck. So it's interesting to see how that works, because as the story goes on, you just see by bringing good luck, he's essentially bringing love and warmth and happiness to people, which makes people more and more attached to him and loving of him, which creates this whole entire thing where he's changing everyone's life. Now, we're going to talk a lot more about like the impact of that specifically, but I also mentioned, yes, the key, the Great Northern Key, right? 315, we already talked about it. They showed it with the outlets. So I think the most important thing to take away from this is that, yes, David Lynch and Mark Frost structured the entire season. This is, I think, why David Lynch was also like, no, there need to be 18 parts. They structured the entire season around the fucking number Cooper had at the hotel room in the original series.
Oh my gosh.
Because that already existed, the 315. They took that and turned that into the structure for the thing. like you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy that they did that. Because like, you even look at the way it's like, in the, you know, people talk about the different parts that take longer to drag. It's all, everything else is built around that. I need Cooper, Dougie to come out in 3, and I need him to exit in 15. Everything else just serves that purpose. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, if I have to, you know, that's why he was like, no, it can't be 9. There's no 15. So that was the whole fight right there. David Lynch, that's how committed David Lynch is to his fucking ideas. He's like, if I can't have him come out in 15, it ruins the whole thing. So there you go. Now, another thing with numbers, one of the first things that happens when Dougie comes out, right? 119. 119. Why 119? 119 obviously is 911 backwards. Why is this lady speaking backwards? Because this is another clue, hint, big rubber stamp on the whole return. This is the negative. This is, remember, we're talking about the return path, the positive side, the negative side. This is the negative side. This is the return now. You're returning from the end back to the beginning, which means you're moving backwards, which means you're moving negative, right? So you're now in the negative world. And the negative world, even though that's what I'm saying it is in Twin Peaks, and that's why it is what it is in Twin Peaks, but it's still reflective of our world. And as such, our world in 2017, our America in 2017, this is David Lynch's sort of picture of it from the perspective of the negative. Like, remember I said he likes balance. He's like, well, I think I'll just focus on the negative because I think there's a lot of negative to focus on, basically. And that's why you start with this woman. What does she represent? What is she? Poverty, addiction, despair, a child just like literally basically raising himself while she's passed out, eating nothing but junk food. All we see him use munch cheap chips, which is, this is not, again, David Lynch is using it as symbols. It's not symbols though. Like, this is what really happens. There are tons of those kids and tons of those women. And where do they live? They live in Rancho Rosa, an abandoned suburb. This is a very real phenomenon all over America. Like after the '08 crash and the housing crisis, basically a bunch of suburbs that were built because throughout the 90s and early 2000s, like big housing development boom, just build. Now no one can afford these houses. So they're abandoned. The companies don't care. They'll just get the loans from the bank. And drifters essentially squat in them. That's what happens. So it's a total inverse of the suburban dream of the 1950s, which is the Lynch icon. It's dead. It doesn't exist anymore. It's been abandoned. All that remains now are the ruins. And it's not surprising that that's what happened because, as we've talked about throughout Lynchtober, the whole reason he's obsessed with it is not to glorify it. This is another thing people misunderstand. He does see a beauty in it, but he sees the beauty in the idea of it, not in practice. Because what he sees in practice is that it was all built on a lie. It was an inequality. It's like it couldn't endure because it was inherently a celebration of negative things, of inequality, of advertising, false advertising, of just rampant
taking
lies
advantage
and bullshit.
of people.
Yeah. All that stuff. So everything
Stealing electrons.
Stealing electrons. Yeah, I like that metaphor. It's not something I knew. So another great, brilliant scene that drove people nuts, but is honestly perfect. Is it about the bunny?
Is it about the bunny? But here's the other thing. Here's the thing. One thing I was going to say to you about the bunnies. Okay. 2 bunnies are missing. But Lucy is adamant. I only ate one and then I never touched it again. Where is the other bunny?
Believe it or not, I think, assuming you're accurate, I think that was a detail that might have escaped me, which makes me mad because I said nothing escaped me.
I was like, she definitely just ate 2 of them, or Andy ate one, but Andy never said anything.
No, like, Andy never claims to have eaten one. I'm trying to think if in the pilot you see Cooper eat one. I don't remember that. I don't think so. I just remember him putting literally in his paper, Diane, we have a stack of chocolate bunnies. Like literally that's the whole gag. That's where that comes from. It's literally a prop from the pilot. Diane.
Okay, I'm sending you a picture. There's definitely 2 bunnies missing.
But what makes you think she didn't eat both?
Because she says, I only ate one and I never touched it again. I promise. I don't think Lucy would lie about eating 2.
But maybe the evidence always had her missing. Like Laura ate the one because it's Laura's chocolate.
So I'll send you a picture now. But if you look at it, there's 4 chocolate bunnies supposed to be in there, and every other one is missing. Positive, negative is what I'm seeing in the chocolate box.
Okay. Well, let's just put that aside for now. And I think I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back.
That was one of the notes that really pissed me off.
No, I'll just say to me, what's relevant here is if that bunny's missing in the pilot, because that would imply that it was always missing, like it was Laura's.
Oh,
well, it is Laura's.
Bunny maybe represents Laura.
Sure. Well, it is, but actually, you're actually exactly right about that.
Is it the bunny?
Yeah. So
it's not the bunny. It's whose bunny it was.
Well, it's both. But no, you actually got it dead right. But like, I'll just say that in terms of like, I got to go check just for my own sense of detail mastery. I'll check because like it was Laura's box of bunnies. It's evidence. That's why it's there. She might have eaten one and then Lucy ate another one. Anyway. So to me, is it about the bunny? This is one of those entendres, oxymorons. Well, it's like, it's getting at that idea. In 2017, Twin Peaks in 2017 is an oxymoron. It's confused about what it's doing there or what its purpose is. Something is missing, and that thing is Laura Palmer. That's what's missing, as we already established. Twin Peaks without Laura Palmer is not Twin Peaks. It's an imposter. It's a doppelganger. We established that in the previous episode. That's why the doppelgangers and the Black Lodge and all that stuff came to be, is because that's what it is. It's now you're on the other side. To your point, though, about the bunny. So I'm saying what I'm getting at there is like this sort of the scene, which is a very slow scene. That's like, again, trying people's patience. But is it about the bunny? You don't seem to get any answer on that. Well, one, it's teaching you again, there's not going to be closure, but it's like, what are we asking here? Like, do we know? And Hawk's so confused. He's so out of place because Twin Peaks in 2017 is out of place. But to your point about the bunny, yes, what's missing is Laura Palmer, just like the bunny that you're saying, not the one Lucy ate, but the other one is missing. That's Laura Palmer.
Oh my God. What if it represents, what if it represents, do you remember the White Lodge? The girls wore bunny outfits, didn't they? Did they?
What bunny outfits are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking
Did
about.
they wear like little lingerie with like ears and stuff when they were?
Are you talking about the Candy? Are you talking about Candy and her sisters?
No. I'm talking about where all the girls
Jack.
were.
Are you talking about One-Eyed Jacks?
One-Eyed Jacks, not the white. Yeah, I meant One-Eyed Jacks. Did the girls have ears there or no?
I imagine one or two did somewhere, but not really. It was not it wasn't trying, because that would be just like overly like Playboy or something, and it wasn't.
Yeah, maybe they would. If Laura did, it might have made more sense that she was the bunny missing.
The point is, I think you're right that Laura represents the missing bunny. And if there's a second bunny missing, like you said, not the one Lucy ate, that I think that's even more true. But yeah, we also get our first little, and I won't get too much into this right now. I'm going to save it for when we talk more about the whole nature of his character and his role, but just pointing it out because we get a bit of it in part 3 and 4. The Jacoby, what is he doing? The shovels he delivered, he's spray painting them gold. And we later learn he's going to be selling these shovels. Spray painting them gold. As in, it's not real gold. It's just spray painted gold. Interesting. The casino. What's the casino called? Silver Mustang Casino.
Oh,
the white horse.
Right. Silver Mustang.
The white horse, right. Now, when Dougie says, this is another interesting thing to show you how Dougie is still Cooper, therefore still the avatar for the audience. Because a lot of people don't understand certain things about Dougie or think they're contradictions. They're not. Trust me. So when Dougie saying go by Jay, this is one of the first things he needs to do. Dougie has a flashback. I forget. Why did I not write down the words Jade says? I forget now. Jade said something, and all of a sudden Dougie has a flashback to an earlier moment because she goes, you can get out now. And all of a sudden Dougie has a flashback to Mike in the red room saying, you can go out now. That's because Dougie is still Cooper, meaning he's still our avatar. He might be soulless, but he still knows what we know. Right? This is even why he's able to repeat things, is because he's repeating things we've heard. We've heard it, so he's heard it. We remember what they said, so he remembers what they said. So that's what I'm saying. He remembers because we remember. So that keeps coming up. Every time Dougie seems to react to something from Twin Peaks past, it's not necessarily that Dougie's remembering the sense of like, oh, I'm having a flash of like, it's we remember. And so he's aware that we remember, so he remembers. But he's still Dougie, so he can't really do anything with it. Just repeat it. Or touch the badge, all that stuff. But this is what's really important about Dougie. You see it right away in this casino sequence, is the magic of Dougie's good luck. It's, you know how he has that little red room vision where it's like he'll see the little thing over the slot machines? That's the
what is that? It's like red and white and looks kind of like a pom-pom or a firework.
Well, it's just a little tiny window with a sort of gold outline into the red room, right?
Oh, into the red. Oh, so those are the curtains.
Those are the curtains, right?
Got it.
Why? Why does that mean? Well, it's very simple. When we talk about Dougie's good luck, none of it is luck. It's because Dougie is seeing these things. And what is Dougie seeing? He's seeing guidance from the red room. He's seeing the intent, the guidance. He's operating under the intention, the instruction, the thing of the gods. This happens multiple times. Even when he's like finding the right things to draw on the insurance thing, it's like he's seeing these little sparkles. Like they're telling him everything he needs. So even though I keep saying Dougie has good luck, good fortune, it's not coincidence. It's not actually random. It's the gods manipulating Dougie or manipulating the situation around Dougie so that he does the right thing he needs to do. Why? Because they are in control of the plot. They know what the consequences of his actions will be, and they're predictating it. So when I say the gods, I'm specifically in this case referring to the idea of Mike as being the magician, the filmmaker. The intention of the good fortune is the good fortune is what the David Lynch is intending, and he's using it to advance the plot. And so it's advancing the plot while also bringing that balance that we talked about, right? Because it's what he's saying is warmth. It's like every time Dougie's winning, and we see it right away. Remember the little old lady? She's like, at first she's desperate and angry and like, just like, you know, cynical and obviously having a rough life, right? Just like this whole world of truck drivers that we're talking about. And so she's like, get away from here. But that doesn't stop Dougie from still like, she sees him winning and she's like, tell me, like, she's just for that little moment, she's willing to kind of maybe be a little less cynical. Dougie points to the right machine. She wins that jackpot, changes her whole life. When she comes back later in part 11, she's like, look at me and my son, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh man, I can't wait to talk about that scene. It's so beautiful. But that's the whole point of Dougie. Dougie is that good intention that Twin Peaks was meant to be back again. And so he's got Mike, he's got the good fire on his side. Mike's telling him all the answers, giving him all the cheats. Why? So that the show goes a certain way. So the fortune turns a certain way. They're rigging the game. They're rigging the machines. There's like, which obviously pisses off the people that normally run the machines, AKA the casino managers, and then eventually the Mitchum brothers who are above him, right? Now, notice that the way Dougie, when he inserts the coin, what does he do? He rubs it. Why does he rub it? To conduct electricity. He's sparking the fire, the good fire. Like, boom, good fire. Boom, put that in. Now, close it, kind of rounding us out into the end of part 3, 4 stuff. We finally get the reappearance of the man himself, who will be in the show a lot, Gordon Cole. Wow. And along with Albert in our introduction to the new character, Tammy, right? And this is our sign that the FBI is back. The investigation's begun. All that stuff in New York we saw, it is relevant to the plot. They're like coming in, they're like, ooh, this is the mystery. And David Lynch has this epic moment, which launched a million memes. And one of my most meme David Lynch moments, what the hell? I say to everything. What the hell? Yeah. And so they're investigating Mr. C, which is the source of our attention. It's also where we get our first little clue, because what's behind David Lynch in his office? The big A-bomb. Big A-bomb. And literally what happens right after that when they leave the office, Albert lingers for a moment and says the following to Tammy: the absurd mystery of the strange forces of existence. That's the subtitle of Ronnie Rocket. Remember, everything goes back to Ronnie Rocket, because Ronnie Rocket is about a little man who runs on alternating current electricity. That's the text. So like I said, we said Eraserhead, we've said Mulholland Drive. Maybe there's an opportunity to mention Blue Velvet, but I didn't get to it. There's just been a lot of Eraserhead and Mulholland Drive so far. But every single David Lynch property is going to have its little analog within the return. Everyone, including the one that never got made, Ronnie Rocket, which is flows through the whole thing. Electricity, right? It's also a good time to talk about the sound of electricity. And the first words is, listen to the sounds. So Lynch does his own sound design, but he has a partner, this guy named Dean Hurley, and they're like together like these magical sound wizards. And I also recommend you check out some of the music Dean Hurley's made, because he actually is collabed with Chromatics and other artists, part of that label, and really cool like mixes that, like, if you just want to like hear Lynchy music, this is how you get it. Like I said, Mr. Jackpot's his whole story. He brings the good fortune to the world. The people who are destitute, struggling, he's going to bring them light. Like, that's the whole thing. So it's not going into the negative world just to like gawk at it and be like, wow, look at all these poor, desperate people. Their lives suck. It's, yes, there's poor, desperate people whose lives suck. Let's bring them some good fortune. Let's bring them some good intention. Dougie's here. Dougie's the fucking hero of the show. He's the weirdest hero you've ever seen, but he's the perfect hero for a David Lynch property. He doesn't talk.
Yeah.
He just wanders around. It's kind of like, it's amazing. I mean, we're going to sing so much praise of Dougie for the next, like, throughout the rest of this. And where does Dougie live? Lancelot Court, right? Which was, Merlin, Arthurian legend, magic. Dougie's got the magic. He's got the magic with him. He's the magic man. And of course, what happens when that red door opens up? And I can't believe it's taken us this long to get to it. Fucking Janie E. My favorite character in this whole thing by far. Naomi Watts. She's back in her pink cardigan, by the way. So she walks out. She's basically in her Mulholland Drive costume. She walks out. Like immediately like, Dougie. And she comes in and just immediately her performance is great. One of her first lines is, "This is the most wonderful, horrible day of my life," right? That's such a balanced Lynch, both at the same time. Like Philadelphia was the most decrepit, nasty, crime-ridden, dark place ever. It was beautiful. I loved it. And immediately we're established who the Jones family is. They need this money to get out of debt. Like, right?
Yes.
It's what millions of Americans desperately need. They are representative of the modern average family in America, right? So it's like when we talked about the Palmers, right? The Palmers were kind of this papered over. Obviously, we ripped that paper right off for the horrible, rotten cord, and we're going to explore that a lot more. But in theory, the Palmers were the perfect Reaganite era, H.W. Bush era, all white, all American family, right? Lives in the suburbs, etc.
Yeah.
Well, the Jones family, in theory, is the same thing on the surface. Naomi Watts, I mean, like, duh. But no, like, their existence is not great at all. It's like they represent now the truth, the reality that, like, you know, the middle class of America is dying. It's been dying in 2017. And they're just sinking lower and lower into poverty and debt. They're going to be very indistinguishable from the 119 lady if this keeps going the way it's going, right? And that's what the fear is that most Americans are living with. It's not just what's coming in the airwaves, it's the reality of their fucking bank statements. It's the reality of their medical bills. This is going to come up a lot in the return, right? People can't afford this. People can't afford this. I'm going to sell my blood for money. This is a thing that's going to keep up. This is a show that's very aware about the modern era and this post-crash, world that we live in. Yeah, we also get Denise, which to me, I'm talking about David Duchovny's character. To me, the biggest thing with this is just the simple fact that if there was any doubt, and believe me, it's not even that I had doubt, but there's always a part of me that wishes it so, but I think it's probably for the best that it's not this way. The post-Laura season 2 is still 100% canon, all of it, to this. Like, it happened. They're not trying to undo it or pretend it didn't happen, right? And that's the reality of it. Deese comes with that, and I like how they took it as the opportunity, of course, to be like, we have a trans woman character. We're going to say it verbatim, right from David Lynch's mouth. I mean, he's not the type to make like overly like direct political statements, but this was like a pretty like, for him, strong one, obviously, of just being like, yes, trans women or women, fix your hearts or die. That's what he apparently told everybody about it. It's also the scene that establishes this idea that Tammy is this rookie and like that's it, taking in the secret history and like importing that sort of like knowledge if you've read that book. So was the audience surrogate for that. Now she's going to be not quite our audience surrogate because that's always going to be Cooper, but sort of just like a minor audience surrogate to serve the purpose of introducing us into this whole Blue Rose task force concept, right? And that whole thing, Toplas, all that stuff. We then go back to the sheriff station in Twin Peaks, and we're finally introduced to the new Sheriff Truman, who's not recasted Harry Truman. It's Harry Truman's brother, Frank. And again, it's another amazing full circle moment because it's Robert Forster finally getting to make good on David Lynch and his desires to work together, because they could have done that in Mulholland Drive, but it ended up just being like the small little one scene, right? And Robert Forster was incredible in the role. I really fucking love him as this character. Always so good. He's like anytime he was on screen, I was immediately like, yes, more Robert Forster, please. And it's another one of the actors who we've since, lost,
Yes.
Which are many, because not only had many been lost in the 25 years between this and the return, since the return, a shocking amount have been lost. And that's like why it's like the return really was perfect timing. I mean, it was pre-fated, predestined timing with the whole built-in 25 years thing. But boy, they made it. And then like a big chunk of the cast went out almost right immediately afterwards. Foster, Coulson, and Albert, Miguel Ferrer plays Albert, died like before the show even aired. So a lot of people have been lost. Peggy Lipton's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about that story, I mean, damn, it's like, thank heavens that she was still alive to do that, because the whole thing almost wouldn't work without it. But yeah, and we, one of the things that's important to note about Frank Truman, and we get insight into his family and story, is that it's giving us this insight, or everything in that sheriff station when we first brought it, seeing Bobby be the sheriff, it's all built around this idea of like Twin Peaks is part of the 2017 world. All the stuff I was just talking about. It's like, it's the opioid crisis there is insane. It's like the big focus, right? But Bobby being a lawman, you mentioned it, like this is his redemption arc, exactly as predicted by his father in the original one. That whole scene, which is one of my favorite scenes of all time, where they're sitting and talking, right? And it's like I knew like you would like grow up, and then we get the even further payoff when we get to the chair stuff, right? But now the big moment, because we're almost 4 hours into the return at this point, and you'll notice something. Now something's been missing. Well, Laura, as we established, that's the thing that's been missing. But going along with that, what else has been entirely missing up in this point? You have not heard a single note. Well, actually, that's not true. There's one exception, but for the purposes of my argument, it's still true in the important sense. Well, okay, I'll make it accurate and true and all the above. You have not heard a single note of Laura Palmer's theme once, which in the original series,
the music,
hearing nonstop
totally.
all the time, even in scenes that had nothing to do with Laura Palmer, right? Well, all of a sudden, Bobby walks in, and mind you, they've already been looking at the evidence. Remember, they had the whole, is it the bunny scene? And Hawk and all them are like, what is going on? Is it the bunny? Like, I'm not even trying to mock Andy. I'm actually just saying like the stupidity collectively between all three of them is the representative of the stupidity of anyone who might be in their position, which is what's missing from this show? What's missing from this show? Bobby walks in. Well, obviously we know Bobby's actual connection to Laura, like sees it and immediately is like, breaks the fuck down, and the whole theme hits you out all at once because that's what's been missing. We didn't have Laura, and we're not going to have Laura. As soon as the scene's over, it's gonna move on, but that's what's missing. And that's why the theme fucking goes. And man, I'll tell you, like I said, this is all premiere night. I'd been watching for 3.5 hours, and I was aware of the absence, believe me. And it just like brings back some memories. And I was like, oof, that shit got me, man. and obviously right away, like the mystery and plot starts developing again. We're like, we get it all from Bobby right away. The exposition. Cooper was the last person to see Briggs alive just before Briggs, quote, asterisk, died in a fire, and Cooper was never seen or heard from in Twin Peaks again. Okay. Now we know the surf season for the rest of this return. It's true. They're going to be following that lead, essentially. Now we can finally talk about the infamous Wally Brando scene, which of course stars Michael Cera as Wally Brando, the son of Andy and Lucy, which already should communicate to you so much about this character and that sort of weird upbringing. But really the purpose of Wally Brando, down to his outfit and his motorbike, etc., is he is a play on the film The Wild One, starring Marlon Brando, specifically Marlon Brando's character. And it's this whole idea that like it's a biker with a heart of gold, right? That whole thing we go back to with the Roadhouse, and remember in the pilot, there's a biker in the Roadhouse with the same outfit, the same get up from The Wild One. And Sarah basically does a Brando impersonation for everyone, just in case it's not obvious, right? I mean, his last name is Brando. They say, we named him after Marlon Brando. Like, so they're not even trying to be coy. They want to draw your attention to this film and to this idea of this small town that's so threatened by these bikers, but really these bikers are, you know, good souls, and it's misunderstood, you know. But this idea that this conversation or this monologue that Wally's giving to a kind of just dumbstruck, but very patient and very earnest, nevertheless, as always, Frank Truman, is, you know, he is back in Twin Peaks and he remembers the Twin Peaks he grew up with, and he appreciates it, and he still sees Twin Peaks that way. So it's kind of giving a green light to us in the audience to say, yes, so much of this return is going to be to point out to you how this is the imposter world. It's not what it used to be. Things have changed. Time moves on, etc. That's all still true. But it's also true that there are some things that are just so core, so fundamental that you can't entirely snuff them out. And they're there. They're there in the forms of whose hands are touching his shoulders? Andy and Lucy. Who is he talking to? Frank Truman, who of course was not in the original Twin Peaks, but he's an avatar for Harry, who was, right? And that's kind of the consistency there. So now let's talk about Dougie, or people's responses to Dougie, because I think this is a very important thing to kind of explain and get out of the way in order to just kind of further along any further discussions of Dougie's story, or what makes Dougie great, or what's so funny about Dougie. We have to just deal with kind of the elephant of Dougie in the room, which is, why the fuck aren't people like freaking out? Like, yes, people do react to Dougie's slowness. Yes, people do react to Dougie's like silence. People do. It can almost feel seemingly very selective, very inconsistent in some manners. Like, I'm talking not just different characters, because of course would have different relationships to him or different understandings of why he might be this way, but just even within characters, right? Like, this is interesting because so what we learn from Bushnell Mullins, this is kind of the quote plot explanation. What we'll learn from Bushnell Mullins much later, not in part 4, but later, his boss, who we also don't meet until part 5, Dougie had a car accident in his past. So when he acted weird, presumably the original Tulpa Dougie had moments of acting weird, which might have just been because he's a Tulpa. People assumed it was because of that car crash. Like the car crash, you don't even know if it really happened. It might have been something Dougie made up, or that Mr. C made up for Dougie for the purposes of him having this explanation, which is why we're getting it. It's an explanation. It's a plot explanation, right? But let's think about our context and our clues and what this is meant to represent, and why, from that perspective, it might be the way it is, which is always the way to look at it, right? So let's think about, people avert their eyes to the trouble or see what they want to see. Those are two kind of sides of the same coin, right? Averting your eyes, as always, from the trouble other people might be in, and seeing what you want to see to kind of make that even easier. Which isn't to say people aren't helpful towards Dougie. They often are, but they ignore the uncomfortable topic or the uncomfortable, obvious, glaring, obvious elephant in the room, the Dougie elephant in the room of like, this guy is not acting like a normal person. And look, there's sometimes good reasons for this. Like, because it's basically like you can break down the perspective of how people react to Dougie into kind of 3 camps, right? The 3 important camps, because there's Janie, there's Sonny Jim, and there's basically everybody else, right? So to Janie, Dougie was always kind of a man-child. And given his new compliance and good fortune that he's bringing all this good wealth and fortune, she's kind of just happy to baby him a bit. I mean, there's like that sort of like thing where it's like part partner, part son kind of thing. Which, you know, with all its Oedipal complexities involved, right? And, you know, she's very obviously attached to her actual son, Sonny Jim, but Dougie, the way Dougie is now, certainly is like she's kind of his full-time man-child baby, right? Then you have Sonny Jim himself, who is a kid, and so now his dad is more childlike, meaning he's more relatable to him, right? So that's a boon, you could say. It's kind of like that. I mean, again, there's creepy connotations to this if you want to look at it the wrong way. But to the rest, and this is where we get the important part, it's like they either don't know him and probably assume he's autistic, or just, you know, somewhere on the spectrum. And if they do know him, they're still too afraid to confront, averting their eyes from that reality. But and this is what I'm saying about people being helpful towards Dougie, but with the good fortune of Dougie, right? Dougie's weird behavior becomes less and less weird to people. Like if you look at the way Bushnell, the Mitchum brothers, the other people that work at Lucky Seven, even not Anthony, obviously, but even him in some ways, Janie E, everyone, the way everyone starts to react to him changes from like, oh, he's kind of this concerning, we don't want to talk about that, to something they're not averting their eyes from, but they're guiding their eyes locked in laser on. Why? Because he just comes across now as like some sort of Buddhist guru, not just a bringer of good fortune, but like a being of pure action, because as we see, he can take action, calm, eternally calm, always calm, an egoless mindfulness. Dougie is the embodiment of a well-meditated guru, like that exact type that David Lynch would revere, right? He's a genius. And so like, that's how he comes out to people. He's like some genius savant. You just like let him, he has a process. It might be a little weird, but if you stick with him, wonderful things will come of it, right? But where part 3 ends and part 4 begins and all that is finally we get, and we're going to get a lot of them because they're basically a huge chunk of the story. Gordon Cole, David Lynch himself, as Deputy Director Gordon Cole. And he's right back with Albert. And oh my God, it's Cooper. So yeah, they obviously find out about they eventually go to meet Mr. C, right? The end of part 4. And that's where the mystery really thickens. This is the note they end part 4 that premiere for part night on, right? It's the blue rose. Doesn't get any bluer, right? They're whispering. They mentioned Philip Jeffries. Philip Jeffries, we're going to talk a lot about Jeffries and explain Jeffries, and we already kind of did allude to the fact that he's this plot machine. But even on a basic level, since you don't quite know that yet, what is another type of plot machine, or another very basic plot machine? A MacGuffin, right? So you just get this idea, oh, Jeffries. Oh, MacGuffin. They need to find Jeffries. They need to find Judy, another MacGuffin. So for those of you who don't know, MacGuffin is usually an object, but it's basically a thing to establish desires of the character. It doesn't necessarily matter what the thing is. So for example, the most famous probably example is like, Raiders of the Lost Ark. The MacGuffin is the Ark. It's like, we got to get the Ark. Or in some bad movies, worse movies, but obviously Ark inspired, like Star Wars Episode 9, they're like chasing these MacGuffins, like we got to find the thing, the dagger thing. Why? I don't know why, because we just do. We're told we have to. It's part of the quest, so we got to do the fetch quest. We got to go after it, right? So you get all that, and I just want to point out that one thing that really comes in this scene with its kind of interesting blue tint, obviously to go with Blue Rose, is the presence of Albert Miguel Ferrer, who's no longer with us, and he was, like Catherine Coulson, though not as obvious, perhaps, quite sick throughout the entirety of the shoot. And David Lynch made special accommodations to make it as comfortable for him as possible, which obviously is great. But I just really shout to Miguel Ferrer, for having, done that. Same with Catherine Coulson, just like powering through because I assume they did it because they really believed that in these characters and in Twin Peaks and in David Lynch. And it's like one of those things where it's like, it might be the last thing I do, but I wouldn't miss it for the world. Right. And, oh man, I love the reward Albert got, it's like he finally met his match in the form of the medical examiner, Constance Talbot, played by Jane Addams. Really good pairing. I mean, we only get to see it from afar, but it's a great afar because it's Diane and Gordon, and you get that smile on Lynch's face that always just kind of breaks the fourth wall, where you're like, I mean, that's a whole different meaning in Twin Peaks, but yeah, kind of just breaks through. It's like, oh, right, that's David Lynch looking at his actor being like, wow, I'm so happy for him, even though it's not a real relationship, or happy for his character, maybe is a more apt way to put it. Albert Rosenthal is a character that's been with us a long time, and we love him. Moving on ahead, we're not going to go through each of the parts. I mean, we're going to talk a lot about part 8, of course, obviously, and then we're going to talk about the finale. But I do want to touch on not even the storylines, though this will give us an opportunity to talk about the storylines and the characters, but the overarching set of themes and ideas that are the through line across these many parts, right? So to start us out, we have this idea of the trouble. And specifically, I'm talking about the trouble that people are experiencing, the citizens, not just of Twin Peaks, but this entire world, right? This Judy's world, the 119 dream, you know? And first thing, it's kind of a group, is the Briggs family. And specifically not talking about the old Briggs family. I'm talking about the new Briggs family, which would be, you know, not even so much Bobby, but Shelley and Becky, since Shelley at one point was married to Bobby, maybe I guess still is, took his last name, but they're, you know, not together from what we understand. And then Becky Briggs, Rebecca Briggs, their daughter, right? So, you know, shout out to Amanda Seyfried, you know, just for doing this role, and David Lynch gets maximum effect of her, you know, well-known giant eyes many times over, but certainly in the kind of now famous Love How You Love Me scene, specifically that shot, the overhead looking up into the sky shot, like it's all bright, oversaturated, and she's just like her eyes are just, whoa, it's crazy. You just get lost in it. That's the whole point. She's like high on the drugs and just like whoosh, in total ecstasy, right? But the important part about the Briggs story with Shelley and Becky and then partially Bobby is the repeating cycles, right? This idea of the repetition. Becky is now Shelley with her very own Leo in Steven, right? Just someone who's married too young to someone who's kind of an abusive scumbag. Well, not kind of, 100% is an abusive scumbag, right? So it's interesting, though, what's going on with Shelley, because, you know, we have that great scene of Shelley, Bobby, and Becky all together in the double R, and they're hashing through how they're going to deal with the Steven problem and so forth. But we notice Shelley all of a sudden acting very weird when a certain person comes to the window. That character is the character, you know, credited, never really say his name, as Red, played by Balthasar Getty. We're going to talk about him and his whole thing in a moment, but just very interesting to note that, like, she is separated from Bobby and is under the spell of this Red character, right? And that's really all we get from Shelley. Like, I mean, you see her reacting to Norma and the Ed thing, but it's like there's not any. It's one of those things that I think people point out. It's like, why wasn't there a big payoff? Why is there no payoff to this Red thing? I felt like they were going somewhere with that and never went anywhere, or just et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to allude to what's going on there in a moment. But let's talk about another family, which is Frank Truman's family, which is even maybe the most dire circumstance that we're you know, on multiple fronts, right? Because the only reason Frank Truman's there is because Harry Truman is ill. Now, it should be noted, from what I understand, Michael Onkeen, who played Harry Truman in the original series, very much alive. Don't think he was sick. I think the last movie he was in was The Descendants, you know, the film with George Clooney, the Alexander Payne film. But, you know, I guess he just didn't really, he felt like, I'm retired from acting. I know it's Twin Peaks. I'm not, you know, no ill will to it, but I just don't really want to get out there and play the character again. So obviously Sheriff Truman and someone to lead that part of the story and be the leader to people like Annie and Lucy. I mean, yeah, they could have just promoted Hawk, and they, in some ways, they kind of did do that, but I think they just wanted that Truman connection. It was kind of an opportunity to tell this story of these families and what they're going through, right? So Frank has a brother, Harry, who's terminally ill. His wife, Doris, is constantly angry at him because she's deeply, deeply traumatized. And why is she deeply traumatized? Well, for many reasons. Maybe the fact that her father's clearly, like, you know, coming apart, is an old guy, you know, dementia, something like that. But most specifically, and, you know, obviously Frank would bear the weight of this too, but you just wouldn't know it necessarily. Their son committed suicide, presumably after coming back from Iraq or some sort of, you know, Middle Eastern or out of country conflict. I mean, we're not given that detail specifically, but it's certainly the implication. I guess it's possible he was just a military guy, you know, didn't go fight in any wars or conflicts, but nevertheless suffered from PTSD, and that's what led to their suicide. So Here's another example of a very real thing, a very real, very sick thing that happens in America in 2017, still happens today, happened before, that is at the root of what these characters are going through, right? So we're going to keep coming back to this. For example, another one. We're introduced to a new character and that lives in Twin Peaks named Beverly, who is the assistant to Ben Horton. She's played by Ashley Judd. Now, we don't know too much about Beverly other than the fact that we see her go home one night and she is taking care of a terminally ill husband. And she's like, well, do you think I want to go back to work? So obviously the implication here is pretty straightforward. She had to go back to work to pay their expensive medical bills. Why? Because we live in the United States and we do not have universal health care here. We have a private insurance system that fucking sucks. And that if you're not employed, you basically are screwed. You can, get your Obamacare. I live in California, so we have a, covered California system that does get you coverage, but these are still private insurance operations. They're a big handout to these companies. That's why they fight so hard to keep them. So yeah, no Medicare for all in America. Maybe she should hop over to Canada and then their husband would be fine. There are literally just, a night, not even a night's trip, but, people cross all the time to go to One-Eyed Jack's, obviously. So it's a shame. It's a sick thing. It's a really sick thing. Another example on the contrary side is we have the whole entire incident of Bobby, and this happens right after that scene I was alluding to earlier with Bobby sitting with Shelley and Red and all that stuff. A bullet, a stray round fires into the Double R, the place of love and cherry pie. Violence breaks the fucking glass and penetrates in there, and all of a sudden it's mayhem. And the mayhem starts when Bobby, a detective or police officer, deputy, supposed to, represent law and order. So he goes out there, he's got his gun, he's ready to be on the scene, right? Honking horn, honking horn, honking horn, honking horn. It'll drive you fucking nuts how long this horn goes for as it's driving Bobby nuts. And Bobby has to figure out what happened. Well, it's pretty quickly realize what happened. Between all the smashed together cars is a little kid in his camo gear with his arms crossed, looking very angry, like a little kid would. And this kid, when I say little kid, I mean like a 6-year-old. Dad, some, you could say, oh, he's a hunter. He's, it's fine. Hunters have guns, of course. And I don't have any quibble with that whatsoever. But you get the point or get the sense that that's not really what's going on here, despite that appearance. What's really going on here is you have a sort of overly right-wing father, a militia type, not a hunter, who thought it was a good idea to let their 6-year-old have their own gun. And what happens? The kid fires off the gun, bullet goes stray round, could have killed somebody. Someone did get hurt. And now you have all these people honking their fucking horns, which is again another thing of this, the troubled citizenry, which is the woman with the sick kid in the car. She's like screaming, "We're late. We have to get that. She's sick. She's sick." Right? She's sick. We're sick. So, it's like the sickness in the air. The sickness in the air is making everyone sick. It's making people make stupid fucking decisions. You watch too much Fox News or too much crazy, Steven Crowder. Oh, my responsible gun ownership and my fucking holsters on. And you think, our rights are under attack. Or, I think my 6-year-old might need a gun in case we have to go to battle with all the people that are coming up over the border. And, it's like, that's a really sick thing. Nobody would fucking have that thought in their little head. Nobody. If it weren't for the shit they see on their TV, on their laptops nowadays, obviously, YouTube, etc. That's the sickness in the air now. It's not unlike a certain show we're going to see later, or we're going to talk about later. We've already seen it in the chronology of the series. Sorry. But yeah, the pandemonium erupting around Bobby with the honking hordes, the exorcist-like kid rising up with green, nasty, hot liquid vomit just spilling out of her mouth for like 2 minutes, like not quite that long, but close. That's the world now with the sickness in the air. That's what David Lynch is trying to get across. So it's notable. I believe it might even be the same installment that we get No Stars, a song by Rebecca Del Rio, who of course sings Llorando in Mulholland Drive, the crying cover, right? And it's the song No Stars, obviously written lyrics written by David Lynch. It's another eulogy song for Twin Peaks, not unlike the one Shirley Cruz song. And it's just simple. It's like, this place, the show is not what it was. And that what immediately precedes it is important, was Log Lady saying Laura is the one. So she's making that little pit canon now, in text canon now, in case you're like Log Lady intros are extra canon. Well, now she's saying it, Laura is the one, right in the show. And she looks up and it goes to the moon and the stars come out and Rebecca Del Rio starts singing this song at the Roadhouse. And you get this sense that where this is happening, right? It's like you're about halfway through the return. It's like this thing that's missing where the return path must reach to the end. We're nearly halfway there. The circle is nearly complete. We're in the second half of this return path now. Someone might note that Rebecca Del Rio is dressed with the black and white line pattern from the Red Room. She's another Twin Peaks in human form, if you will. And it's notable too, though not in any particular kind of way, just something to note. The song features lyrics in both English and Spanish. Now let's hone in on another type of trouble, a more particular type of trouble, which is the troubled men, right? And I think we start with maybe the biggest or most dominant one, which is Richard Horne, a very disturbed character, obviously. So Richard Horne, right from his introduction, is a blister of the most vile kind of misogyny, openly threatening rape to teenage girls. It's just violence turned up to the 11, right? Perfectly fitting, because where is he introduced? The Roadhouse. We're going to come back to this with this idea of what the Roadhouse is now. He's smoking black fire. And of course, we will learn it in some ways directly later, but I remember when this introductory episode happened and people just immediately, including myself, noticed in the credits the character named Richard Horne, deduced that must be Richard Horne. And you're like, Richard Horne, a new Horne? Huh. Well, did Ben have another kid? Probably not. Did Johnny have a kid? No. You're like, oh, it's obviously Audrey that had a kid. And then if you think Audrey had a kid, you're probably thinking like, and then you're thinking like, well, it couldn't have been our Cooper. So then you're thinking, oh no. And of course, that's what we find out, that Richard is a child born from sexual assault. The mother was a victim of sexual assault, and that led to her pregnancy. And so, the deduction is obvious. Mr. C raped Audrey while she was in the hospital in a coma. So presumably when maybe Audrey was somewhat conscious, we don't really know. But either way, she had to realize someone violated me because I couldn't obviously consent to sex while I was, not conscious. And now I am pregnant. Maybe she wanted to believe it was Billy Zane, and I don't know. But I think maybe if she ever went to him and got a DNA test, pretty quickly probably figured out it wasn't him. But this leads me to think maybe Audrey was somewhat conscious during this event and nevertheless was raped. And now we never really get to find out, of course, because Audrey is siloed off in a very particular way that we're going to talk about. But we can imagine, unfortunately, because Twin Peaks has taught us about how to imagine these things, which don't require imagination necessarily, because they're all very real things. These are things that happen in this world. So Richard, if he wasn't clear, he was a rotten, vile man, a young man. By his introduction, we certainly know when we see his robbing of his grandmother and uncle who's mentally impaired, Johnny Horn and Sylvia Horn. Well, he doesn't really rob Johnny, but Johnny's powerless to stop Richard from brutalizing his grandmother. And it's like, again, vile is the only word for it. It's just it's a truly vile and brutal set piece of domestic terror. Richard may be deplorable and Sylvia and certainly Johnny innocent, but it's also fair to consider the way Sylvia may have distanced herself from Richard in the past, right? I think it's directly alluded to there, right? But I'm not concerned about her distancing herself from someone who's a criminal who wants to rob her and treats her this way, of course. I'm talking about when he was a child, right? Oh, you hear later, oh, Richard was bad from the start. No, that's not how it works, okay? And I don't think Twin Peaks is saying that that's how it works necessarily. We are left to think, and we'll talk about this when we talk about Ben in a moment, but Richard is a product of the treatment of his, or the lack thereof, of parental figures and guidance. He had no father. Something happened to his mother probably pretty early on. He was left to be the problem, in quotes, of his grandparents, and his grandparents were done dealing with these, quote, problems. And that's another very real thing, unfortunately. So let's talk about Ben now. And Ben doesn't fully, no, he does. Ben absolutely qualifies as a troubleman for the reasons I'm about to say, and all the other things we've talked about Ben Horn, because let's not forget, and that's the first thing, the series does not address it. The return does not address directly, but we all know it, and we need to know it. And if we're not averting our eyes, as it's commanding us not to do, we know it. Ben has spent a lot of these past years, clearly, maybe in small ways, probably presumably only in small ways, because not much has changed. He's still managing the Great Northern. He's still Ben Horn, one of the richest guy in town, right? He is trying to find redemption for his abuse of Laura, right? We talked about that. Ben was grooming her and sleeping with her when she was just a teenager, and he's a fucking 50-year-old man, right? Causing all sorts of problems with his daughter and the rest of his family. Likewise, he's wrestling with his guilt and his role in breaking the Hayward family, who's basically entirely absent, but for one member we do see Doc Hayward, but it's clear he's elsewhere, right? But yeah, the member that's left to represent the state of the Haywards is telling. And if you read the final dossier, you can get Mark Frost's sort of canon, or I don't mean that sound that specifically, the canon explanation for what happened to Donna, etc., right? His breaking of that family, right, obviously would weigh heavy, and that's the last we saw of Ben. Then you have his obvious separation from Sylvia and Johnny, which is presumably related, and probably a million other things. And of course, his presumed total estrangement from Audrey, who, from Ben's point of view, I note from Ben's point of view, is probably institutionalized and has been for maybe 2 decades. We don't exactly know. I think, I should say that I believe there was some indication in the final dossier that, Audrey raised Richard on her own for a while and then disappeared, presumably to go to the institution. So, that's out there. Just saying. Now, the shame with Richard, I'm talking about Ben here, is the most important part of the things that Ben, does it trump the abuse of Laura? we were talking about horrors upon horrors, damaging children, hurting children. But when I say shame, I mean the current consequence. This is what Ben clearly wrestles with. And when he gets the calls, when he talks to Truman, right? He probably, Ben kept Richard at a distance his whole life, and was expected to give him money and provide in some ways, but just couldn't really help and didn't feel comfortable helping because he didn't want to confront the reality. I'm sure when he saw what happened to Audrey, he obviously doesn't think Cooper raped her, by the way, because when Cooper's brought up, that's not at all his reaction. And obviously that was never reported, but he probably does think that Audrey getting pregnant at a teenage age, barely not even finished with high school. He probably assumed that was in some ways the result of what he had been doing to Audrey her whole life, and his relationship to Laura, just like leaving his own daughter alienated and, feeling unsupported by her father. Of course, we also have Jerry Horn. And I'll only say Jerry Horn because I want to talk a little bit about him coming up. But Jerry Horn is, let's not forget, also a criminal like Ben Horn, and also has his involvement. And so no doubt he still represents a troubled man in this series. So let's talk about the new troubled men, which there are quite a few. We have Red, played by Balthazar Getty. I mentioned him earlier. And what's really important about Red is, of course, what you see, his magic powers. We know he's this drug dealer putting into drugs, but we also see he has magic. Now, we've talked about magic before. Who else did I say was magic? Dougie. Dougie is magic. But what's magic in the context of Twin Peaks? It's the plot. It's the writers. It's the director. It's the magician. He's in control, right? So a magician like Red or a magician like Dougie is just a mask for the actual magician, David Lynch. He's the one who's deciding the fate. I mean, and obviously there's layers between those two, between Mike and the little man, the arm, and the fireman, etc. So what Red is he's another vehicle of intention, but instead of Dougie's good intentions, his good fortune, Red is a vehicle of bad intentions. He represents the modern TV, the bad luck, the bad omen. He's basically the anti-Dougie is what I'm getting at. He uses the nickel, just like Dougie, to control the luck with electricity and fire sparking, right? But his bad intentions are the opposite, the inverse. So when he flipped the quarter, it's with fear and menace, or the nickel, it's with fear and menace and like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to break your skull. He's intimidating Richard. He's infecting Richard with the sickness in the air. He's bringing him that negativity, that hostility. Obviously, what Richard then immediately goes off to do is indicative of this, which we didn't even talk about when we talked about Richard. It's obviously the biggest thing he did. Well, that's because they're like, well, I'll get in more into that because I want to talk about that moment, but from a different perspective. So what is going on when Red is controlling Shelley? Let's hone in on that for a second. He controls Shelley, making her attracted to him. Why? Because Shelley's hot. I mean, he can is the point, so he does. And it's the point to show us that he's the one in control. He controls the plot now. TV is written by the bad intentions of a guy like Red, not the warm intentions of someone like Lynch. Even though Lynch is still the director and Dougie's still on the same show. So how is Red using these bad intentions to control? Well, we don't know every example, but we know he's flooding the town with drugs. So now the town has this drug problem and this crisis, right? We know that he's keeping the Briggs family broken and apart, which is in turn leaving Becky in this very vulnerable position where it's kind of implied the way the whole scene with the Briggs family did. Shelley and Bobby were both in closer contact, keeping their eye out for Becky, that Becky would probably be in a better place to be able to get away from Steven and his horrible, destructive, abusive ways, right? So he's keeping the kids on drugs. He's keeping families broken apart. He can make happen whatever he wants to make happen. And by upsetting Richard Horn that day, he indirectly essentially leads to Richard Horn speeding off on that truck and running over a little boy. death and horror and violence, brutal, bloody, graphic violence. Another character that embodies that is, of course, Ike the Spike, our little man assassin. Now, why is Ike the Spike a little man? Well, why was the little man a little man? He's an avatar for the arm and a servant of Bob. Now, I'm not saying Ike is literally the arm or another form of the arm. What I'm saying is that Ike is the same as the little man. So we think of the arm and we think of the fact of what the arm was, particularly with the original series. The arm is the one who sends Bob to be Bob. He wants Bob. He wants the Garmonbosia from Bob. So Bob has to make Garmonbosia, has to make pain and suffering for our entertainment. He has to commit brutal violence. And what we see Ike the Spike do is brutally kill people with a spike. Another set of violent killers, because this, you notice the Return's got quite a lot of violent killers. Gee, I wonder why. We have Hutch and Chantel, we mentioned before. And it's just nice that obviously everyone probably realized this, but Tim Roth, Jennifer Jason Leigh, little Hateful Eight reunion. I mean, they shot this probably not long after they finished that. And definitely bringing a Tarantino vibe by just not only their inclusion, but the types of characters they're playing, right? Like, and I think it's ironic because, of course, Tarantino was pretty inspired by Lynch, certainly back in the day, like, you know, the inspiration of Wild at Heart and Blue Velvet, etc. Right? But the important part of that, Hutch, other than their just brutal killing, is what the brutal killing is paired with. Junk food. They're just junk food junkies. Corn snacks, Wendy's. Next stop, Wendy's. Then we have Steven, who I mentioned, played by Caleb Landry Jones, who's kind of an expert on playing gross drug addicts and abusers. I mean, it's a weird thing to be typecast as, Caleb. I mean, well, I'll leave that to everyone else to think about. But really he is in the fucked up way, great, because the intensity of his performance, his total meltdown into fear and paranoia and eventually suicide. So that's where the bad intentions of Red leave you, right? And through Steven, we get the return of Gersten Hayward, what I just alluded to a few minutes ago. She's what remains of the Hayward sisters now. And she's what remains of the Hayward sisters now. Still in Twin Peaks, but now just Steven's lover, which implies another addict. So she's an addict. And she's left just cradling someone she cannot console as they commit suicide, she runs away and then they do it. So the actual gunshot goes off screen, but nothing she can do, not with sex, not with love, not with comfort, can calm Steven down from the realization that he wants to end his life. Just alone out in the woods. Notice that the guy walking by with the dog is Mark Frost. Now, another character, some ways a much smaller time character, but he's part of the operation between Red and Richard and etc., is Deputy Chad. Deputy Chad is played perfectly as this just complete pathetic loser of a person, right? And what do we see him do? He's eating his TV dinners. He's eating his cream corn. Just a jerk with no empathy for anybody, right? Because he's the epitome of the sickness in the air, or what it does to people. It just turns people into eat my cream corn, be like, whatever, who cares? I have no empathy for anyone. When they're talking about the suicide of Sheriff Truman's son, he's like, oh, I guess he killed himself because he was, couldn't be a soldier. Like, this guy's just got nothing for anybody else. He's just a total loser, total empathyless person, right? And, fitting that he's a cop, because I think there's unfortunately a lot of Deputy Chads out there. Very few cops, I think, are, I'm not trying to shit on cops unilaterally here, but I think there's not a lot of Andys, not that would necessarily be good either, and a whole lot of Chads. There's also, if we want to talk about just reprehensible people, which we are talking about, Jean-Michel Renaud. Who's played by Walter, I'm still going to butcher his last name, Olkwicks, who also now, unfortunately, is no longer with us. I'm saying that for the actor. But he gets to basically reprise Jacques Renault in the form of this seemingly identical brother. Maybe they're meant to be identical twins. We're never given full clarity on that. But he's carrying on the family legacy, which is he's proud of it. He's like, who knows, run the road, always run the roadhouse. So he's like carrying the family legacy of trafficking underage prostitutes and just being the worst possible kind of scumbag. I mean, literally, in reference to 15-year-olds girls, calling them straight A whores. So he's pimping out 15-year-old girls. Okay. This is what goes down at the Roadhouse. So, I mean, in some ways you could say, well, then it was going on in the original series. That's what happened with Laura. That's what we saw on Fire Walk with Me. And like, yeah, that's true. Then we have not a scumbag at all. Honestly, I mean, Flandering is not good. Don't get me wrong. But a much more sympathetic character, but certainly indicative of what I'm saying, which is the character of Bill Hastings. He just wants to go scuba diving. Mm-hmm. But what I want to kind of turn the back on is that there's parallel narratives going on throughout the return, and it's very important. There's the Dougie narrative, which we've already discussed.
Right.
But there's also the narrative that goes on within the town of Twin Peaks, and that the main character, the focus, I'll mention some other characters to reflect this as well. But the main character focus on that is the Carl Rod character, the Harry Dean Stanton character, right? That I think is really telling story-wise. And, you know, we talked about this earlier on an earlier episode, the sort of friendship that him and David Lynch have had. And like David Lynch is kind of just, closeness with him, which only grew over the years up until when he died. And
I mean, it's louder when it's coming towards
this is I'll tell you right now, this is going to make my life so much harder because it's now making me want someone to get fucking run over, which is exactly what I'm about to explain why that's so horrible, you know,
because of men in trucks and little boys running in front of their moms.
Yeah, basically. Right. But before we get to that, just the idea. So Harry Dean Stanton, right? What does he do a lot? And obviously this is true of the real actor and true of him and David Lynch's friendship. But Lynch is very smart about how he uses his symbols, even when it's at his expense, right? Because you might notice there's quite a bit in the return about smoking, because the smoking is very important, right? There's a reason Sarah Palmer chain smokes. So you get that line going back to Fire Walk with Me, where Donna's if I had a quarter for every cigarette your mom smokes, I'd be rich. You know. Well,
and even in the return, we have Diane ask if she can smoke in this office. She's told no. He says, no, you can't. And she goes,
eventually he's like, no, smoke them if you got them.
He said, she says, a cigarette would go so good with my coffee. And he's like, that's okay, true. Fine. Smoke them if you got them. Does say that. Okay, fine.
No, obviously, look, that line, again, such a Lynch line. But he makes a point.
So good.
He makes a point. I know
it's against the rules, but
yeah. Well, that's the thing. He makes the point because then they go out when she is outside. He's like we'll talk about that seeing him later. But I'll just say that he makes such a point that Gordon doesn't smoke anymore. So what I'm getting at is smoke typically in Twin Peaks is, despite David Lynch's commitment to smoking, is actually a bad thing. Like smoking is like sign of like you have the black smoke, you have the black fire kind of coming,
giving into the vices.
Yeah. Giving into the vices. However, he makes a specific point, and he talks a lot about it, that as we've been talking about, there's also good fire. The fireman doesn't just put out fires, he creates good fires. And Harry Dean Stanton's character, Carl Rod, he smokes, but it's good fire. It's good smoke. And how do we know this? Because everything we see of Carl Rod enforces the idea of what he's about taking care of people. And he specifically takes care of the people around his trailer park, the Fat Trout trailer park. And it's very much meant to be, and is, a representation of a good, wholesome community of lower working class people, which I think is very important, not just in the context of the return and everything else we've been saying, but kind of putting a sense of like, don't about how not to read Twin Peaks, because remember we talked about the sort of the nature of the Palmers versus the Pulaskis and why things are the way they are there, right? But Carl Rod and the community around him and the way that brings in, Shelley and Becky's characters and etc. creates a sort of a counterpoint to that, and a counterpoint to within the context of the return, like just this world of truck drivers that we're talking about, right? So how do we see Carl Rod take care of people? It's very pointed. And that's what I mean about the humanism and the realism of this, right? Like you could do like a whole sort of just modern, I'm sure David Lynch and Mark Frost would be very interested in doing this, which is why they devoted so much time into it. Just like a sort of modern kind of neo-realist story. I mean, the Straight story is a little bit like that, right? It's this idea of he's helping the people around them secure and their government benefits, and also kind of like mocking the fact that like, yeah, it's ridiculous that you have to go through all these loopholes because of all the means testing that goes on with these things. Like when he's talking to the guy who's married to Linda in the wheelchair, which was a red herring, of course, about the whole Richard and Linda thing that drove fans nuts. He's like, yeah, it's like, what like, they talk about how difficult it was for this woman just to get a wheelchair. So he's also making sure people aren't so damn desperate that they're literally selling their blood. He's making sure they get paid. If they're going to go like mow lawns around the park, they should get paid for that.
He said, and did you get paid for that? And he gives him what?
No,
$50?
sir. Yeah. Well, and then he says, you don't have to pay rent this month. So he's literally giving him rent relief. Free
rent.
It's like, and the reason why he says is like, I don't like people selling their blood to eat. Like it's fucked up. And he also, and kind of showing you that Carl is part of this group that would include Dougie, is kind of like related to Dougie in this way, is that he has magic powers as well, right? He will in a very subtle way. You see how he has the magic flute that summons the bus?
Yes.
He has a magic flute that summons a bus. And what is the bus? It's like a free shuttle for all the people in Twin Peaks. So he's literally providing everyone's transportation. And we obviously see him in terms of characters we really know and care about. We see how he directly is the one looking out for Becky with Steven and all that stuff. And he rushes right away to help Shelley find her and settle all that matters and gives her advice. Most importantly, as we alluded to, Carl is the character we see rush into the scene of the like absolute devastation of this mother after her son is run over. Right. And it's his character and that performance that's expressing that empathy and that warmth. And this is what's true to Twin Peaks. Like, this is not the little boy. This is why we see the little boy and his mother play before he gets run over. Right. This is the true way Twin Peaks was always meant to be. This was the purpose of it with Laura Palmer and etc. It's like, this is not just one of these Bob crimes where it's a faceless victim. Like, and we know from the way that Richard comes in there, the reason Richard's barreling down the road, I mean, Richard's Richard, but it's because of the interaction that he had with Red. So Red, who represents the dark magic and the negative intentions and the evil rubbing of the nickels, he sets Richard off. Richard commits an act of violence that, could be seen as another allied act of Bob. And in fact, we see the Garmonbozia float up from the little boy into the power lines. They show that, like, do you remember that little like weird golden like shadow that rises up? And then know where the accident happens, by the way. That's literally the same place where Leland and Laura were accosted by Mike in Fire Walk with Me, where he's like screaming, honking the horns, like, where's my horn? Right. And now we see a piece of Garmonbozia float up into the power lines right there. So yes, Garmonbozia, pain and suffering is happening from this scene, but the scene's not really about that. And this is Twin Peaks at its truest, taking the time to show the little boy, show the mother, show the pain of the town. Everyone stops their car and gets out, right? No one just blows by. We see plenty of other scenes in this same return showing Twin Peaks behaving the opposite way, a way that's unfamiliar to the Twin Peaks we know and want to believe in. But this is the Twin Peaks where we're focusing on Carl. And so Carl's good intentions, his good magic overrides that. And kind of for a brief moment in this horrible tragedy, Twin Peaks becomes like Twin Peaks again. And you get that swirl that new piece of Angelo Badalamenti score. And it's interesting because at this point, like part 6, we really haven't gotten any new score yet. So this was like the first significant piece of new score from him that we had gotten here. And it becomes the theme of the love, warmth, and empathy that people like Carl or Dougie or the firemen bring into the world, right?
That concludes the first part, or Act 1 of our return podcast. Stick around for part 2, where we'll cover part 8 and the finale and all the real good stuff, actually.
She said